Alright, hello everybody, welcome back to Blackmore's Basement. Sorry for cutting yesterday's stream real early. Got a phone call that just really threw me off and just sent me over the edge, but that's not going to be happening today, because today we're going to be playing I Wanty Hug That Gator. So we're going to pick up where we left off and get started. In just a moment. There we go. If memory serves, we just told Iadakin that of what Olivia did and what Mia was doing to her, so while students trickle out of the school, Olivia took the chance to unwind. I figured it'd be best to let her rest, as I saw her drooping eyelids finally shut. She looked cute, just napping idly in her wheelchair. Except for the weird bellowing. It was like a snore, except I could feel it vibrating through the floor. With the clouds hiding the sun and the classroom's lights turned off, I could do with some shut-eye too. But I can't bring my eyes closed. Instead, I looked out the window. The layer of clouds overhead steadily grows more and more dense, casting a darker shade on everything. Light raindrops prick against the glass. Crap, I really should have brought my umbrella. As a few minutes go by, they roll in closer and closer, blocking out the sunlight. If Olivia were awake, she'd think this was pretty neat. I look back to her. Maybe I could nap too. Just a little. What was... Oh. My eyes are drawn upward to the heavy clouds in the sky. Hold on. Saucy is on. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Because the art in this game is amazing. I can only imagine what they did for the Saucy images. My eyes are drawn upward to the heavy clouds in the sky. In moments, the glass of the window is assailed by numerous heavy droplets of rain. Holy moly. The trees outside are billowing almost aggressively. Several small branches are stripped away in the torrential downpour. An umbrella wouldn't help with this. Huh? What? My phone's blaring an alarm. So is Olivia's. Instructions to shelter in place for several hours. The classroom door is thrust open quickly. Mr. Iadakin is back, panting hard and clothes drenched. He takes our moment of surprise to compose himself as best he can. Sorry about that. The faculty is doing a sweep of the campus right now. Apparently there's a monsoon scare right now. Monsoon? Does that happen here? Iadakin gestures to his drenched outfit and out the window to ask if Mia had clocked me in the head after all. Right. We gonna be alright? Oh, of course, schools are designated shelters for the worst disasters. If anything, you're safer here than at home. But the hallway outside is open, isn't it? I just finished putting the covering up. A cover? Just keep close to the wall, yeah? What do we do now? Iadakin shakes his phone at us. Shelter in place. We're all stuck here for a few hours. Olivia reaches into her bag and pulls out her drawing book and a well-used pencil. Actually, why don't you use this time to catch up on some schoolwork? I'm sure you have some work from other classes still pending, and I can't think of a better time to tackle that than now. But today's been rough. Can't I do this or finish my nap instead? That's fine too. But aren't you falling behind grade-wise in some of your other classes? Maybe? Fine. I'll catch up on some of that work. Iadakin gives a single nod and smiles. Olivia puts away her drawing materials and instead pulls out her bulky mathematics books, which she sets on the table with more force than necessary, followed by her notebook. With some hesitation on her part, Olivia sets herself to work. Meanwhile, I bring myself closer to her in case she wants some help with the work. After a few minutes, it's clear her mind and spirit isn't into the work one bit. She constantly fidgets, taps her pen on the table, and looks around the room and out the window. Eventually, she lets out a groan and slams her book shut. This sucks! Can I Please do something else. Iadakin, who had been busying himself with grading some paperwork, snaps up from his work, looking at Olivia and while rubbing his chin. Well, there is one thing you could help out with. Would need both of your help. Would need both of your help with it. Could even consider it a new extra assignment. What do you say? I don't know. Today's been pretty rough on Olivia. Absolutely, I'll do it. All right. Wonderful. It's back here. He starts walking to the back of the room and waves for the two of us to follow him. Whoa, something in the dark room? Oh, man. I thought we wouldn't get to do anything in there until the last few weeks of the semester. We're going to get a head start on this section? Maybe we'll be making prints and learning about C41 and... Huh? No, Olivia's poking my back. Put it with the cinematic gate. You're going too slow. Oops. I shake the excitement off my head and head into the dark room. Into the dark room, Iadakin holds the door open for the two of us to enter. The inside glows a vibrant crimson light. Iadakin's suit appears to light up in the red lights, as does my shirt. I've only actually been in a dark room once before. This is so cool. I clasp my hands together. So, what are we developing? This is an important job just for you. Alright, I'm ready for it. What am I developing? Your lower back. There's a click of the switch and the red lights switch to normal lights and properly illuminate the room. There's boxes over there, and I need one at each station around the room, but they're too heavy for me. If you can, of course. Legally, I can't make you do any of this. Do I at least get extra credit? You get one of the bag of chips I keep hidden in my desk. Fine. Nice! Come on, Olivia. We should clear the way. We should clear the way for him. There's actually something in the box we'll need in a bit. The two move back to the entrance, and I'm faced with myriad boxes I'll have to carry. Looks like there's about 10. They're pretty medium-sized. Like you can fit a table lamp in them. How heavy can they be? Holy yeah! Lift with your knees, Inko! This is gonna suck. I look at Olivia. She already has her phones out. She already has her phone out and pointed my way. Damn it. I shift my legs and try again. I actually managed to get this thing off the ground. This thing must weigh at least 70 pounds. What are these loaded with? Bricks? Something like that. Careful, they're fragile. Finally, I got the last box in its place. I pick a chair and collapse in a heap. My muscles are on fire. Though to be honest, I don't know if I could have done all that at the beginning of the year. Guess I'm getting stronger. Iadakin walks back into the dark room with a small black toolbox. Oh, good, you're done. Come on out and take a breather. That looked tough. I'd rather stay here. Olivia shows up in the doorway behind Iadakin. I'm surprised you didn't use the dolly. What dolly? Before you get started with me, Inko, you didn't ask. For the love of... I hate you. That's the spirit. Olivia stifles her laughter into a snickering snort fest. Your mood will improve when you see what you've been carrying. Oh? Grabs a box cutter from a shelf and slices the top of one open. Our teacher pulls out what looks like a large overhead lamp from the box. Oh, sweet! So that means that you'll be making your own prints for midterms. That sounds awesome! Oh man, I can't wait to... But before any of that, these need to be assembled. The rest of the parts are taken from the first box and set down meticulously. Olivia's gotten curious as she's rolled up to the station and handling one of the funnier looking pieces. Anywho, here you two go. Wait, 2? Yes, 2. Don't think I didn't notice you watching Inko so much. The stammered denial from Olivia does nothing to wipe the cheeky grin off from our teacher's face. Oh, I love it when she goes bright red like that. That's adorable. Well, what about you, Mr. Iadakin? I'll be right back. He makes his way for the door again. Get started without me. I need to go fetch some things. Before either Olivia or I can speak up, he's left the room. Olivia already has the toolbox open on her lap. Right then. I grab the folded up instructions and lay it out, seeing the details of the bizarre device fully assembled. Okay, so... Thump. Step 1. Hand me the next piece. Oh, did I scare you? Yes, you scared me! These things are heavy! What if you dropped it on something? I didn't, though. But you could've! And I didn't. Olivia's tail reaches for some brackets, but I grab the limb before she can take them. Hold on, we gotta do things right or the enlarger might not work right. She retracts her tail from the table. You're no fun. It's just an oversized lamp. That is a gross oversimplification. You're a gross oversimplification. Dakin's gonna make you use the one you break. Just means I can sketch more, right? Well, it'd mean you can't participate and learn about photography. Photography's your thing, so it doesn't really apply to me much, does it? Well, maybe that's the case for you, but photography's my thing. It's the whole reason I took this class, after all. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's nothing. Olivia politely rests her hands in her lap. Her eyes linger on the box of parts. Well, how does it work then? The print enlarger? She shakes her head. Photography. Like, why the giant lamp thing? It's all digital today, right? Huh. I think this is the first time someone's actually asked me about it. Sure, I've had lots of mid-shower rehearsals explaining my hobbies and their cultural significance to others, but none of that's coming to me right now. It's all about shot composition, and this machine is part of the production of it. Getting the right things in the right places at the right time to evoke a certain feeling. Composition's a thing in painting too, you know. I'm ill-prepared for Olivia's comeback. Yeah, but it's a lot easier to pick the composition you want. You don't have to worry about any factors other than yourself. With photography, you have to build the set to get a good photo. That's the fun of it. But why would you want to limit yourself like that? Why not just draw whatever you're taking a picture of instead? You can express all kinds of things you could never express with a photo. Olivia taps a claw on the imager, the metallic ping echoing in the small room. What sets all this junk apart from the just lines on a page? The technique and the vision! She smiles at my petulant comment. Fine, I'll show her. I'll prove to you that this takes skill. I hold the lighting portion up, making sure that it's at the right angle, and fasten the last portion of the enlarger. I plug the machine in and flip the switch, happy that it works right and lights up the entire base. Olivia looks at me with confusion as I move to the entrance of the room and flick the light switch, bathing the room in bright red again. Going back to our workspace, I pull the developed negatives from my backpack and slot the slide I want into the carrier. And ta-da! The negative carrier in place in the machine. A blurry gray blob is projected onto the base. What? Give me a minute. I hold the manual under the light to the side of the blob, checking which knob is which and slowly turn them. As the lens billows and shifts, the Rorschach test transforms, gaining more definition until it finally becomes a spitting image of the school's front entrance. I can even do this. I take out the negative and place another atop it before slotting the carrier back in, while also increasing the strength of the light. The image displayed is now the entrance with a half-dozen semi-transparent students in front of it. What did you do? I overlapped another shot. The backgrounds are the same and doubled up, so I had to intensify the light, otherwise the entrance would be too dim. So, it would take me a few minutes to do, tops. Look a lot better, too. She smirks, but I think she's feigning her apathy this time. Her tail gives her away. Ah, she's wagging! She's wagging! It's a lot more technical, I guess, but I only knew how to do this kind of stuff from Mr. Ian Atkins' lectures about negatives. What else can you do with this thing? I don't know, but what's that smell? Oh, shit! I pull out the negative carrier and wince at how hot it is. Crap, shit! Olivia's quick to rip the plug out from the socket. With my sleeve, I open up the carrier and see I've managed to melt the two negatives together. Oh man, I was gonna use that! All that work, I go and mess it up trying to prove something. Olivia's never gonna let me live this down. The green Gator girl lays a sympathetic hand on my shoulder to my surprise. Hey, shit happens. I've ruined a lot of paintings in the past too, you know. She takes the reels from the warm metal plate and holds them up to the red light, trying to see through them. And you've got more shots on this thing. But I liked those shots. Then go retake them. It's not that easy. Like, It has to be the exact same time and weather and lighting? The abrupt darkness coincides with the vague ambient sound of the ventilation shuddering to a halt. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that feeling when everything just turns off at once. Ugh. The blackness is all-encompassing. I can't even see Olivia, who I know is right next to me. Inko? Her voice helps me confirm that we're still alive in some fashion. But there's a shakiness in her tone, which sends a tense rattle down my spine. Our breathing is the only noise. It's as if we've been encapsulated in a void of nothingness. I'm still here. I know that! I plant my hand down to brace her shout, feeling the still warm metal of the enlarger base. But, yeah, I guess the school lost power. Feel something cover my hand, and then squeeze. Painfully. Ow, 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 ow! Sorry! The pressure lessens, but she doesn't let go of my fingers. No, it's fine. There's a subtle shake in the scaly limb in my hand, but when I brush my thumb across it, the limb eases. Hey, stop that. Stop what? Just stop that thing you're doing with your hand. I shrugged. And then want to slap my face when I realize she can't see that. All right. Standing here in the darkness of the dark room isn't getting us anywhere. We should go find... Wham! Olivia! Inko! Ah! My instincts kick in. I hop back to make more space between us and the killer. I turn my back to them to become a defensive wall. I wrap my arms around Olivia's head to make sure she's 100% protected. Hey, it's just me, Mr. Iadakin. It's like a bed to find a flashlight, but with how the room is... I looked up to the shining white pterodactyl pointing the flashlight at his own face. Oh. Get off me, you git! Oof. Look, I'm not paying you two to get frisky in the closet. That's what Trigham's class is for. We're not frisk... Mr. Iadakin holds up a pale hand, his grin widening. Relax, I'm just joking around. He leans against the doorway to get a better look inside the dark room with his flashlight. Power's out for the whole block, and apparently our backup generator's decades old, and it's the only keeping the AC on. Someone should get fired for that. Come on, we can wait it out in the studio. Olivia follows me into the main classroom as we trail slowly in Mr. Iadakin's wake. The slow sounds of his gait sets a nice constraint to the rain lashing against the windows. Whoa, it really is coming down outside. Think it'll flood? It floods here? Sometimes. Ground floor classrooms have carpet. Just have carpet, you know. Iadakin starts pulling something out of his desk, but it's too dark to see what. Ugh, don't remind me. That junk just sucked away half a year's sucked away half a year's funding. You ever try teaching people about watercolors without the friggin' watercolors? It was ridiculous. I remember you were the most upset. All right. He sets some tiny tea lights down on one of the desks and begins lighting them. The tiny wicks are set alight with the tiniest of embers, providing the bare minimum of illumination for us to see. Won't those trigger the fire alarms? We should be fine. They're too small all by themselves. What are those for? Been saving these for a rainy day. We're going to be stuck here for a while, so why not make it a camp out? Camping. I like the sound of that. Won't we get in trouble, though? It'd be trespassing, right? It's either this or trying to get home in the storm. As if to illustrate his point, the weather decides to chime in. Fuck you, Zeus! Besides, schools are usually made with sheltering in mind. There's all kinds of procedures for this, like bringing everyone to the gym and breaking out some really moldy cots. Olivia winces. Those haven't been replaced? Our budget's been in the red for years, Miss Halford. Part of why we're being scrutinized right now with that whole audit business. Anyway, we're the only ones left on campus, so I'm not going to go through all that trouble. Just relax for now. I've already called a taxi for you both. Taxi? I made the call as soon as the power went out. It's just going to be a while to get one ready and send it out. What do we do in the meantime? Our teacher has a wicked grin. You're not done with that homework, right? Oh, I'm kidding. Time and the storm carry on, yet things are surprisingly calm. Olivia pretends to focus on her work while I pretend to help her, but soon enough, Mr. D attack and starts sharing wild stories about previous semesters. You know, a few years back, somebody tried to take his hat right off his head. Let me tell you, I've never seen a shovel fly that fast. That sounds appropriately violent. Either way, Olivia slowly loosens the facade of productivity, and I join her not long after. You know, I still owe you one for ruining your one coat last year. Ah, forget about it. I've had dozens of them in my closet anyway. You too? The eerie ambience from the blackout is quickly overridden by our combined laughter. Eventually, we run out of things to say and just wait quietly in each other's company. Iadakin slumps downwards in his chair. Ooh, long day today. He glances out the window, still being assaulted by sheets of rainwater outside. Normally, I'm home by now, resting. You two mind if I relax here a little? No, go ahead. Thanks. He stretches behind him, cracking his spine against the groove of the chair. Olivia, I've been meaning to say, you're usually so quiet, reserved, isolated even. Noticed you're being a bit more friendly recently. Huh? You think so? You've been in my class all 4 years. Of course I would. Maybe I'm a bit old-fashioned, but it hurts me to see a student hurt themselves like that. When you're in the adult world, you'll see this all the time. When someone's in a rut, they tend to just stay there until their days blend together instead of lifting themselves up. Like they've got all the time in the world. So, I'm proud of you for making an effort, Olivia. Oh, Mr. Iadakin, don't be flustered. Be proud, Olivia. We've managed to form a friendship. Of course, I appreciate you extending an olive branch too, Ika. Me? Oh, it's no problem, Mr. Iadakin. Come on, school hours are over. You can drop the mister. I mean, it's not something to be thanking me for, is it? I'm just your friend. That is great to hear, though. You can't always navigate this world alone. Someone to keep company can really help. He can? More than you think. Iadakin leans forward and places a hand over to the both of ours. He barely makes contact with Olivia's wrist when she winces and yanks it back. Shit! Olivia? You alright? Ow, I'm fine. That just hurt. I was fine before, though. You've been trying to stay off that wrist all day. Is it that bad? I was feeling better. I even helped build those doohickeys. The print enlarges. He covers his eyes with one hand. Of course, great move. Student's been overworking herself, and I think to give extra physical work. What am I doing? It wasn't your fault. I didn't want you to worry. I had no idea how bad it was. He leans forward again, gently holding Olivia's wrist, inspecting it and being careful not to cause any pain. You need to take care of yourself, Olivia. If something were to happen, I know you'd be completely beside yourself. I know you were doing extra work, but how did it even get this bad? It was a lot of extra work. Doing a whole group's assignments on top of my own. For the last 3 weeks, basically all of my free time. It's great practice, at least that's what I was telling myself. Olivia does her best to hide her wincing as the teacher tests her arm. I never would have made it to graduation. All because of that painting you switched. He shakes his head and lets go of Olivia. No, it goes further than that. That painting was because of all the pain you've been going through all these years. All because of that first contest entry hanging in the gala. Your first venture into the art world, and it went how it did. Olivia looks down at her hand, stretching her fingers in and out, slowly, carefully. My hand moves without a thought, fingers taking her hand carefully to help in some way or another. You and that painting. Our teacher palms his face and groans into it. It's a genuinely good piece, Olivia. I've told you that so many times. She locks up, but manages a small nod. What a horrible chain of events. I've had to witness it all these years. Watched as it's taken your friends, your self-worth, that little smile you had when you first came into my class, and now it's ruining your health. He gently lets go and covers his own eyes again. I really just sat here and watched it. I was just talking about how people act like they have more time than they have. Iedakin? Are you alright? I'm super. I'm more than okay. In fact, I've made my mind up about something. You. Take her to the gala, please. There's something I want you two to see. No words, just do it. I nod. What are you going to show us? He stops at the door. Something you should have seen a long time ago. My shoes slosh noisily through the flooded hallways as we slowly head back to the main building of the school. Olivia herself had used her arms to tuck up, her legs onto the seat, her head now resting on her knees. Iedakin didn't seem to care, each of his steps splashing water around and soaking his slacks. The drains in the floor are working overtime to keep the water at a minimal level. An unsettling feeling washes over me as we enter the atrium. The interior of the school pitch black from the lack of lighting. At least we aren't dealing with wet floors, but navigating the halls in the dark is a new difficulty. Olivia brought out her phone, using its flash as a light to shine our way, but I'm still unnerved. The only sound I hear is the squelches of my shoes and the awkward dripping from both Olivia and I. And it was then that I realized that Iedakin had left us behind. Mr. Iedakin? Her voice bounces off the dark halls of the school. Did you see where he went? Kinda. I think he went that way. I can just make out Olivia's hand pointing, thanks to her phone, towards the school's offices. I keep pushing Olivia through, taking my time as I feel my shoes threaten to slip with each step I take. It's slow going between the eerie darkness and my slow steps. What should have taken us a minute at most takes about 3 minutes for us to arrive at the gala. Well, we're here. The storm rages against the glass ceiling. What's normally the source of the hall's natural lighting is completely obscured by the typhoon. There's still no sign of Iedakin. I withdraw my phone and turn on its flashlight too, in the hopes to improve the situation. I can hear something else, aside from us and the rain. Something that's getting closer. A tiny red light in the distance, there with the sound. The tiny embers bounce and sway in rhythm with the odd tapping, until... That's a shot! Holy shit! That is a shot and a half! Good God! I'm frozen for a second. The thought forces its way through me. He wouldn't ever hurt us. Iedakin, what are you doing? Something is kicked aside. It's Olivia's painting from the art contest a few weeks back. It smacks loudly against the glass casing of the display case. These are the ones, yeah? What? I'm ignored. Olivia's staring. Iedakin's staring right at Olivia. She's also struck fearful, but she nods. Iedakin takes a deep breath and faces the display. What are you gonna do with that? Hey. Iedakin, wait, this is a bit extreme, isn't it? Oh, the art style change. Well, that explains the feeling I was getting from him. Olivia? It's gone. Both of them. It should have been done long ago. Yeah. Dakin, it's crazy. I know. What about the other things in the case? Who fucking cares? Those students graduated ages ago. You know how many still do art? None. If they're collateral so someone else can, fine by me. But Olivia, you've got no other big paintings now, do you? She shakes her head. That's a shame. Look what I just did. I can make another. Yes. That's what I want to hear. You make me so proud to hear that. Do you remember in sophomore year when you challenged me to think of something I'd wanted to do and set a goal to do it? Of course. I couldn't think of anything back then. But there has been one thing I've been wanting to do for a while now. And like you said, some company could really help. Olivia grips my hand just a little tighter. Promise not to laugh? Never. Would you mind asking me again, Iadakin? Sure. I believe it was, if you could leave right now and go do anything you wanted, what would you want to do? Anything at all. Anything at all? Yep. I want to go see a fountain and paint it for you. Fucking brilliant. There's a fountain here? There's a park not too far from here. You can barely see a fountain in the center of it from the window. You can't see it right now in the storm, but I want to go there. I think I know of it. The one in Stig Equestrian Park. That's wonderful, Olivia. Iadakin stumbles a bit. I rush to give him a shoulder, some shards of glass crunching under my feet. Good thing the power's out. No cameras up or anything. Won't you get in trouble for this? I'm always in trouble for something. And ordinarily, I'd just take the hit. Especially for something like this. But that Mia chick can take the fall. To hell with her. Olivia manages another small smile. I'm looking forward to that painting. You better get it to me. I will. And you better help. Of course. Iadakin motions for us to wait by the school's entrance. For a while, we sit there. Do you have one, Iadakin? Do you have something you want to do? I'm already doing it. No, really. Really! Teaching high school is a great job that nobody ever regrets. You should pose that question to Inko there. All this character development, and he's barely said a word. Alright, Inko, what about you? What do I want to do, huh? If I could pick anything, I guess... Oh, this is gonna be a tough choice. I mean, who doesn't? This is realistic. I don't want to sound fatalistic or depressing, but it's a bit of a pipe dream. And college is a bit of a waste. Fuck it, I'm a hopeless romantic. A more ambitious dream, I can get behind it. It's a bit unimaginative. That's just hater talk. You should probably start looking for more into the how and not the what. Like you would know, I can totally do it. Sure thing, Mr. Successful. Your blog doesn't even have 10 followers. You looked me up? Yeah, got bored. Could you at least follow me if you're gonna cyberstalk me? I'll follow you when you make good content. Also, your interpretation of Godzilla... of Godzilla you copied from a video essay sucks and you should feel bad. I copy Iadakin's motions with the axe and karate chop Olivia's legs. I didn't feel that, jackass. Well, I guess some banter is a form of motivation after it as well. It sounds like you have quite the promise to uphold now, Inko. Boo. Even with the disses being thrown around, what stood out most was the wild grin on Olivia's face. Between the staccato of rain and the uproarious laughter, time seemed non-existent. I could feel the muscles in my face ache, brought on by the bouts of laughter and grinning, which made the taxi's arrival so disappointing. As we were escorted out of the parking lot, our mirth was replaced with something more calm, comfortable, an easy quiet that lets my thoughts wander back to the things that we said to each other, back to what our tarot teacher said. Navigating the world alone. For all the time I spent with Olivia and her friends, it never really occurred to me that she'd harbor something like loneliness. I mean, Damien alone is like a wild crowd composed of a single madman. And Liz, she's practically the group's nanny or something. The driver of the yellow van leans into his horn, and I can feel the baleful leer on me, even though through the haze of fog and raindrops. Olivia draws her hood up, and I hold my jacket above my head. With a final look to Mr. Iadakin, we thank him. No need for thanks. Seeing my students grow and prosper into adulthood is all the reward this old fossil needs. With a wave, he sends us off into the rain, to the irate taxi man's van that yells at us about his burning gas. While Olivia works to get herself situated in the cab, I turn back. Mr. Iadakin is sagging, meandering back into the building. Oi, hurry up! Right. It's been about a week since the typhoon. The days after were surreal, with how things just realigned with the old schedule. Iadakin was serious when he told Olivia to keep off that wrist. He effectively banned her from painting until it got better. Meaning all week, we've been doing our work as a group. It was exhausting. But today, I'm pretty excited. For the first time, Olivia is actually joining me on the metro. We're headed for the city. It's going to be a bit of a trip. For the last several nights, Olivia has been using my inbox to store sketching ideas while her wrist heals. On Thursday, she even attempted to send a few left-handed sketches, but gave up after the third or fourth Malthorpe rat. Then, Liz sent a game-changing invitation through our group chat. Her uncle has some business in the city, and he told her she can go do something with the time since it's her call. So, she invited the rest of us to join her for lunch at a fancy place. And it's got us pretty thrilled. It's got me pretty thrilled. I wouldn't say I'm based, but yes, I am playing a based game. Also, hi, Dels, how you doing? Olivia understood the order to stay off her hand, but that doesn't make her any less manic about wanting to get back into painting. Why'd you agree if you don't want to go? Well, a trip to the city won't suck so bad if you're here. Even if I really, really want to start that painting. You're almost done healing, it won't be much longer, I know it. But Iadakin said you should at least wait for Monday. Yeah, that too. Besides, I don't want to be around Damien while he's... Ugh. Good to hear. Poor guy looked positively miserable when I picked Olivia up. He was pale and shaking, and the floor between his feet was left bubbling after a particularly powerful sneeze. Ew. Has it ever been that bad? It happens like once a year. It's one reason we don't share a room. One moment he's fine, the next he's inebriated. This car is weird. You ride this every day? Yep. This is even my seat. Right next to the folding accessibility seat. What, did you start accounting for me before we even met? Maybe I did. She mutters something and rolls her eyes, but there's a clear smile after she goes back to watching the passing buildings. Compared to a car ride together, this felt more intimate. Even if there are more people in close proximity, none of them paid us any mind. Just Olivia and I. Several stations later, the metro grinds to a halt at our stop. Alright, you ready? Yeah. Olivia shoos my hand away while I go to help her out of the metro. We step out into the chilled air of the city. I'm already getting goosebumps. That cold front is really making itself known. We should find Liz quickly before Olivia starts shivering. You seen a long, big green neck anywhere? None that I know of. Great, that sounds awesome. We looked around through the alleyway into the closet close to shops. Maybe she's in the bathroom? I'd wait around, but I don't want to make Olivia wait out in the cold. Did we go to the wrong stop? Just text her already. Crap, right, I'm dumb. What the hey, where'd you go? A moment later, her head ropes out the door of a nearby coffee shop, followed by the rest of her. Hey, Inko! Glad you guys could make it! Yeah, just got confused. Didn't know you'd be in the cafe there. Really? I've been in there the whole time. I messaged Damien, I went in to escape the cold, and... Where is he? Where's Damien? Oh, man, he got right nasty sick before we left. He couldn't make it. But is he fine? I'll be fine, I think. Okay, alright. That just throws a wrench into all my plans now, doesn't it? We could still have fun without him, right? Yeah, I know, it was just, I was hoping between the four of us, it'd be like a double date. Huh? Yeah, Damien and me, you and Inko. All together for a fancy lunch. Liz, Olivia and I aren't... Oh. Oh! I'm sorry, I just assumed. Boy, this is embarrassing. Whole day seems like everything's going wrong for me. It's fine. Yeah, well, we can still have a good time. I'm still having lunch with friends. I'm sure you guys will love it too. Come on. Her head leaves first, and then her body. Oh, it never gets old. Liz leads us through the streets, pointing out our destination when it comes into view through the towering skyscrapers. The building is more akin to a narrow spike aimed upward with a large disc-like room built near the top. And you see that space near the top? It's the restaurant. They built it in a way that the whole thing slowly rotates, so your view changes while you eat. You can see the whole city, the ocean, even the mountains. Whoa. I've gone here with my parents all the time as a kid, and I always daydreamed about bringing friends and important guests there, and, well, you know, business-type stuff. This will be my first time on my own. Well, you know. Yeah. You'll see, there's even a... Whoop, hold up. We lost Olivia. We turn around to check out our errant Gator friend, who's a bit further behind and grimacing. She comes slowly rolling in, fighting to hide the slight winces every time she pushes herself. Oh, sorry. It's fine. You sure you don't want help? I can manage on my own, please. Alright. You want to lead the way? Alright. It's that Space Needle looking place, right? She rolls ahead. Liz and I follow behind, continuing our conversation. Apparently. The restaurant is an impressive spire, with the actual seating area 30 floors or so up. After Liz verifies her reservation, we're let into a special elevator with a glass front. After a minute or so of rising above the city, we stop and the doors slide open to reveal the restaurant. Ugh. A glass door elevator. I'd vomit. Oh god. I have severe acrophobia. It's real bad. I don't like being high up. It's terrifying. It's a circular room with the seating by the windows, an inner ring for bars, and the kitchen making up the center. Definitely a carefully crafted place. I wonder if it'd be the kind of place my parents would bring me to. A waitress greets us and leads us to a table by the windows. One of the seats closest to the window is moved so Olivia's wheelchair can fit by the table. She approaches the space and stops. She's looking down out the window. We switch seats. Afraid of heights? Shut. Alright. I oblige, shifting the seat over so she sits inside by the aisle. Quite a view, huh? I can see why it'd make you squeamish, Olivia. Heights also scare the living daylights out of me. What?! Woman, you were like 90% neck! What? Are you afraid of heights, Liz? Well, yeah, isn't everyone? What? That doesn't make any goddamn sense, Liz. Your head hangs 3 stories above your shoulders and heights scare you? Look, acrophobia is the irrational fear of heights, okay? So of course it doesn't make sense, but still. Whatever, heights suck. We can at least agree on that. So, what do you think? It's very nice. I can see why you wanted to come here. Imagine Liz looking down going, ah! Liz nods. My family usually comes here once a year. Uncle Ferris has to remember to bring along a letter from the owner saying he's fine to let in, and that he won't bring the whole tower down. What the hell is bisque? Olivia's looking into the menus. Right, we're here to eat. Lobster bisque? It's lobster tail in a creamy kind of soup. Then why not call it lobster soup? Bisque is a stupid word. I looked down at the menu myself. There's all your standard options between pastas, sandwiches, cuts of meat. Some weirdly novelty things, but I actually like trying those. I guess I'll have... Oh boy, here we go. Alright, drive safe. Double tropical cheeseburger with pineapple sauce, chicken pizza. The chicken is in the crust. That actually sounds pretty good. Entire leg of cow, carnivore section. Samesies with Olivia. Volcadera kebab. The wooden steak is even carved to look like the restaurant. Let's try the double tropical cheeseburger with pineapple sauce. You sure? With onion rings. If you want it, I'm buying. They serve breakfast all day, too. I'm gonna go with the pancake platter. Liz waves a waitress over and we give her orders. Nostalgia pick? You got me. It takes me back. She stares out the window. I look out at the horizon as well. The view is shifted a bit to show the mountains. We all look out for a while. Maybe a little too long. Ordinarily, this would be a great time. This would be around the time Damien would start saying something that kept the conversation going. Oh, right. He's usually the one that brings us all together. Yeah, it's strange to think about, but Liz and Olivia aren't really more than acquaintances. During lunch, it's Damien that's always makes sure everyone else is included in the conversation. Nothing comes to mind. I don't think I'd make a good Damien. One moment, please. I ring Damien up in the hallway. He's sick, but hopefully he'll have something for me to use. If he picks up. Please. Yellow? Vinny? I want to talk to Damien. Nah, he's out right now. Mom's with him in the backyard. He's puking his guts into a bucket. Why? Pest control guy buys it from us for $50. Gross. Yeah, excuse me. What'd you want him for? I can tell him when he comes back in. Why not? I wanted to know how he always keeps our friend group so lively. Like, I was considering small talk, just bringing up movies or something. Ew, no, movies suck. Nobody actually likes them. What? I'm playing Fortnite. I'll turn it down so you can hear me. I heard what you said. It was just dumb. Was it? Oh god, I got them mixed up. Yeah. There's a pause for a moment. Movies always sucked. Like, they started in black and white and without sound, and they never really got better. Even when they peaked in the 70s, they only barely became watchable. Have you ever watched The Godfather? Dad made me watch that stuff, and it just sucked. Vinny! You are like 8! Of course you wouldn't understand the complexities of The Godfather. You're 8! No, you probably just didn't get it. Dad explained the whole plot to me, ins and outs, and it just was really just mid-trash. That movie won awards. You can't just call it trash. Yeah, I can. Movies are a trash genre of content. Even the best ones are usually just polished turds that waste your time. Okay then, what's a good movie? Ever heard of Mr. Beast? How about Storytime? No, he's a Zoomer! No! Vinny, no! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm not. Any popular content on Usnoot provides more value in your time than the classics that you old people fawn over, and it still sucks. Those aren't even movies. They move and I watch them. Not my point, you troglodyte. As if you could even think of comparing that slop to the likes of Star Wars, The Godfather, and Blade Runner 2049. Movies are one massive pile of doo-doo fart, but even it can sometimes make something mediocre. These are billion-dollar franchises. Billions of people would disagree with this deranged nonsense. Doo-doo fart. Oh my god, you little... Listen, you little chump, next time I see you, I'm going to rig your little neck like a washer. What? Who is this? Shit. Calm down, kill him later. Nuts, I didn't get the advice. Eiko, you were picking a fight with a child. You were losing from the get-go. Yeah. Whoa, you were right. Your eye is twitching. I don't think I've ever been more angry in my entire life. What happened? I don't want to talk about it. I rubbed the tension from my face. Fine. I can be a good Damien all by myself. So, Liz, yeah? You mentioned when we first met, you wanted to be an art dealer? Getting the right people, the right paintings, right? How's that going? Oh, it's going great. I just got accepted into Marshland U, actually. Oh, snap! Yeah, I finally got everything all worked out for myself. I'm gonna hit the ground running once I graduate. It's pretty cool. I'm still figuring things out. You too, right, Olivia? I only got short-term goals for now. But I'm interested in what Liz was talking about. Right. I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem for Olivia to replace the stolen painting. But what was annoying was having to contact the Treasury and administration about the broken cabinet. I mean, what even happened? Whoever did it, I wish they could have dealt with Mrs. Scaler's neurotic tantrum the way I did. We're still finding glass shards all over the floor, and I get screamed at as if I'm the one responsible for it. Scaler needs to put the coffee mug down sometimes. Jeez. It's not a problem anymore. We've already ordered a new display. It should be installed next month. Oh, I got off track. What were we talking about again? The art dealing thing? I'm actually interested. Oh, well, the plan is to be able to open my own business. I'll start online and work my way up to having a physical location. Uncle Ferris told me he's willing to help me figure out the legal part. I've already gotten a few connections, and some people that might be interested in being involved that run some pretty decent prices, for me, I mean. And I'll be selling my own works, too. I've gotten even better at painting since the start of the year. Have you noticed? I think you have, yeah. Although, since I'm no artist, I'll admit some of the details are probably lost on me. Liz nods. Maybe I'll buy one sometime. You'll give me a discount, right? Maybe. Olivia, have you painted anything good recently? No. Oh, sorry. It's fine. Well, I got one I really want to be doing. Why don't you? Because I got dragged here instead. Dang it, Olivia! I mean, not that I'm mad. Liz looks like she wants to say something. The thought dies on her tongue. Yeah. The conversation and the tension, thankfully, gets interrupted as our food arrives. The social media influencer in me itches to take a photo of each plate, especially with how good the presentation is. Dang, I should have brought my camera along with me. Wait, I have my phone. Say, Olivia. I turn to see her clamp her jaw on the hunk of meat, tearing it right off the bone. Never mind. How's it taste? She takes a moment to chew her food before sending it down the hatch and smiling as she gives me a greasy thumbs up. Liz chuckles from Olivia's good review as she lowers her head to get the first bite of her pancakes. Given that her neck is making movements equivalent to doing the happy dance, I'm guessing that the pancakes are pretty good. Or good here. My view had changed, and now I had noticed that I could almost feel the slow rotation of the room. I savor my onion rings while watching Volcadera Bluffs pan right by us, taking in the amazing view. My thoughts reach out for my camera, already calculating the restaurant's rotation with the proper settings to capture the full 360 panorama I could achieve. And a separate section of my mind recalls the other panoramic of the city I saw. The one that is now nothing more but shredded debris. Say, Liz. The Brachiosaurus takes a moment to respond as she attempts to cram her snout into her glass of water. Glass? No straw. Yeah? So you mentioned all about wanting to be an art dealer and be a part of that system. I guess it could be cool if we worked together. Come again? I don't know, it just seems like a decent idea. No, I get you. Now it's Liz's turn to pause from her food, sit upright, and carefully tap the napkin on her closed lips. Maybe, but I don't think you'd want that, honestly. No, that'd be cool. I'd like it. Oh. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Not sure? Yeah, I'm trying to get this whole thing off the ground on my own. Without others' help, right? Like how you feel about your art stuff. That's different. The point is, it's important for me to start as self-sustaining as possible. But you just said you had connections and your uncle. Yeah, family and such, not a... Olivia raises that iconic eyebrow. Friends? Or is it just me? Olivia, don't even start to make a scene. I have to do something. Olivia, Liz, calm down. Can we finish lunch first? How am I making a scene, Liz? I'm just curious about your life for once. Well, not like this, then. I'd rather go back to giving me the silent treatment. Oh, no. Oh, no. What have I done? What's your deal? Damien and Inko want us to be friends, and here I am actually trying, and... What am I, not worthy enough for you for your stuck-up... Ugh! You didn't want my friendship before, or Damien's, for years. Just sounds a bit like you just want to be friends because you can get something out of it. I want to be friends, just not like that. I thought things were finally starting to get... I thought things would finally start getting good. Olivia, there's lots of people less fortunate than you. You have the support of your friends, all the offers. You can't blame me if you just ignore both. Liz, let me finish, please. I'm not mad. I envy you. I admit it. Anyone would, effortlessly gaining that attention and help. I hate it. I know. And I know it's wrong, but that's what I've been thinking for a while. I see all these things you have available to you for all these years, and you just take them for granted. I just think it's a wasteful way to live. Look, sorry, I appreciate you guys. After telling me to my face how you would rather be elsewhere and not here while eating at my expense, you know what, Olivia? This is the most nice I can do for you at the moment, because you really don't deserve anything else. Liz! Liz claps her hand over her mouth. Olivia doesn't respond. She looks down at her plate. I'm going to use the bathroom. She pushes herself away from the table and through the aisle. Oh no. I'm sorry, Liz. I didn't mean to snap. It's alright. Once Olivia gets back, you can apologize. No, I don't think I can. After everything, I think I deserve that much. Good God. The brief was to just get these two talking and have a good time, and it's like a grenade was thrown into the table. I am a terrible fucking Damien, let me tell you. Liz, yeah? Why didn't it work? Why didn't what work? I know you two aren't on the greatest of terms, so I tried to keep the conversation going. So it wouldn't get awkward and nobody would get left out, like Damien does. I feel like this was somehow my fault. But how? I did everything I was supposed to. I don't think you did anything wrong. Why does this never happen around Damien? Good question. I don't know. Liz picks at her plate, popping the yolk on her over-easy eggs. She's probably not in the mood if I pushed any further and said anything I want to say right now. Olivia wouldn't like me prodding right now either. There's no options. I try to think of something to do, but nothing. I can't think of doing anything at all. Not without making someone uncomfortable or worse, getting them mad at me. And I've never anticipated something like this happening. It's frustrating. I can't do anything, but I can't do nothing, obviously. Not if I want to smooth things over. Right now, Olivia's in the bathroom. She's actually just fooling around the hallway, but the point is, the two are separated. I can work something out. Should I keep trying, at least? I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. I think I'd rather you didn't. These are all really tough choices. Olivia was actually trying to make a connection, and Liz got out of line. Liz was really out of line with how she snapped, but at the same time, she was right to. A heavy breath escapes me as I stand from my chair. If you'll excuse me, Liz. My head tilts comically further than needed in question. I just want to check on Olivia. Oh. She waves me off as I turn away. Making my way through the restaurant, a part of me marvels at how I don't even feel the room spin. Kinda makes me dizzy, honestly. But it's just mental busy work to distract myself. After all, I have no idea what I'm going to say to Olivia. Hey, should I ask how she is? Inko? Well, I'm on the spot now. Hey, just came to see what you were doing. Thought I had more time to think about things, but instead of being by the restrooms, Olivia was right here by the bar. Wanted to see if they'd give me a mimosa. What? Mimosa? You know, like orange juice and champagne. Olivia, you can't drink, says you. She takes a long sip from a glass flute filled with orange liquid. I make to slap it out of her hand, but her tail stops me. I'm joking, jeez. It's like you, Inko, a virgin. She grins at my scowl and continues sipping her drink. Want some? She holds out the glass to me with that smug smile of hers. Taking the flute, I can clearly see where her lips had touched it. Olivia looks to be leaning forward as I stare at the glass, ignoring the heat in my cheeks as I tip the glass above me, carefully pouring some of the liquid into my mouth. Oh. It's just juice and ginger ale. This is just juice and ginger ale, Olivia. Handing her back the glass for a split second, I thought I saw some disappointment in her eyes. Maybe I'm just seeing things now. With a shake of my head, I refocus. I came to check on Olivia and fix things between her and Liz. You okay? Yeah, totally. Why wouldn't I be? Her eyes wide and yet not looking my way. Oh, because of what Liz said. Oh. She sags in her chair. Olivia? No, yeah, that was... Her finger circles the lip of her glass as she thinks. I'm not hurt, just frustrated. She looks at the glass one final time, then downs the last quarter of it in a single swallow. Afterwards, Olivia sets it on the bar on top of a couple crumpled dollar bills. I mean, Liz doesn't get it, Inko. Maybe if she walked a mile in my shoes, she would, but I hate to see you guys go at it like this. Yeah. Maybe it's been a long time coming for me, but who cares? A long time coming? I know she's been frustrated for a while. Probably been holding that in. Doesn't mean I want to hear it, though. All the time I've known her, she's been so far ahead of me. Heard her yap about how her art's going, how many connections she has, and how it'll get her $1 billion or whatever. I'm the better artist, but I don't even know how to start getting my crap together like that. I look at that chasm between us and it fills me with dread. It's just jealousy. I know it. It's just been getting worse every time she mentions getting further in life. Well, I can't even convince myself to try. It's different, actually, getting her upset at me. Over this specifically. I just mentioned being someone she'd consider a real acquaintance and she blows up at me like that. You want to talk about it? No. Sure? Is that what you wanted to see me about? Partially. The other part is that I'm a bit confused. I wasn't expecting things to go the way they did. So I came to see you, to ask for help to make this right. Uh-huh. Well, I'm not apologizing if that's what you mean. Oh, it's the same two options. Yapping like that gets me thirsty. Draku stuff. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Come on, Olivia, help me out here. This feels insensitive. Both of these feel like bad options when it comes to Olivia. Ugh. I saved, right? Okay. Ask Olivia for help. This is a demand. This is a question. No, that's not it. Rubbing my scalp to help my thoughts flow. I just let my words come out unfiltered. I'm serious here, Olivia. I need some help. I have her full attention now. My words just keep coming. I feel like I did everything right, but it went wrong. You and Liz got into an argument. Though it wasn't heated, you got hurt. That scares me. For a brief moment, Olivia's gray eyes widened in surprise. I have a few ideas on what to do, but nothing that won't make someone upset. Or worse, get them mad at me. Why do you care about our opinions so much? Because you're my friends? I want us all to get along and enjoy the lunch we got invited to. but I don't know how to fix it. The only things I can think of will just probably make you guys upset with me. That's why I'm asking you. Me. You're, self-reliant. You're strong in your stance to never accept help on account of your condition. For the longest time, that confused me. Well, it still does, but you do it. It confuses you? Well, it's like others are willing to give, and giving feels good. So when you deny it, it's like telling them those thoughts don't matter. One way to put it. That's the part I don't get. Even though everyone stands to gain something, for the sake of your goals, you don't accept it. You take the hard road. Saying it out loud, I like it. I'm willing to give it a shot, but I don't know how. What do you do when there's no good option? Wow. Well, thanks. I guess I'll put it this way. It'd make an alcoholic happy to give him alcohol, even though it hurts him. But sending him to rehab, that's painful. It's not a happy journey to make. But it's good for him. Absolutely. That's my point. Don't worry about making others comfortable and happy if something needs getting done. In my case, that means ignoring the help of people. That means ignoring the help because my own goals need to be done. If it makes some uncomfortable, then that's their problem, not mine. When something needs doing, you just gotta do it. And when no option seems like it'll make people happy, well, you do what you can. That makes sense? I'm making this up as I go along. I think so, yeah. That's actually a really good metaphor. You could give an alcoholic alcohol and that would make him happy. You could send him to rehab and it would hurt at first, but it will make him better. That's a really good metaphor. If it's the right thing, you'll get the support you need. After all, I got you. And even if you don't, standing alone in your standards is cool. You'd be trying, and that's what matters. Yeah. Thanks, Olivia. Hey, you're welcome. Saying all that out loud is helping me understand a few things too. You ready to head back? I have an idea on how to smooth everything over. Sure. I'm curious what you have in mind. Even if you think I won't like it. I start heading back to the table. Olivia follows close behind. Hey, you guys are back. Everything good? All cooled off? Yeah, everything's great. I want to give my 2 cents. Try to resolve everything. Boy, oh boy, more hard decisions. Why, God? Ugh. I can't decide who's... Fuck it, I'm going with what I would normally pick. I can't decide who's right, you're both my friends. I think you both have some good points, but there's a bigger picture that we all need to see. Deep down, both of you want to be friends, so why not turn over a new leaf, starting today? Is that it? Pretty much, yeah. So, are we good? Sure, I guess. Yeah. Oh, these kind of decisions are hard, man. That went much better than expected. After things settled down, we finished our meals. Well, Olivia finished our meals. Liz had noticed it at first when one of her whole pancakes simply vanished. I thought my onion ring pile was looking smaller by the minute. Looking Olivia's way, she simply waved at us at the most bizarre concoction of onion rings, flapjacks, syrup, and beef on her plate. What? I'll make you guys better food than this later. The theft of our food stopped shortly after, and the portions had diminished. We were all thoroughly satisfied with the meal. I offered to pay, or at least pitch in with the check, but Liz refused. She insisted, since it was her idea to begin with. But I had always figured it was the man's place to pay for their date. And this was a date. Kinda. Neither of our hands lifted from the tiny leather booklet. And I don't know how long we spent playing tug of war over it. Olivia at least found it amusing. Even recording our stare down on her phone. But victory was mine. I managed to palm my debit card to the waitress before Liz could even give her back the bill booklet. With that done, all that was left for us was making the most of the view. Olivia led the way to the observation deck on the floor beneath the restaurant. And she immediately regretted it, as the blast of cold air had me shiver a bit. The altitude plus the late fall weather meant the deck was mostly clear of guests, but the view was easily worth the cold, as I made a mental note to come back here one day with my DSLR. We slowly moved to the railing and take in the skyline. From the bluffs and out toward the ocean, along with the city's skyscrapers that were dwarfed by the spire. And as I scan it, I double down on the mental note. Because seeing Olivia silhouetted by this beautiful view is... I don't know how you two can stand this temperature. Liz doesn't look that cold. All she's doing is rubbing her arms in a theatrical manner. I'm gonna be by the elevator, guys, okay? Her head moves next to Olivia, and there's a hushed whisper shared between them. It's never not funny. The fact that Liz's body leaves before her head is never not funny. I'm sorry. I don't know why that gets me giggling. Finally, Liz's body turns and leaves, her head following shortly after with a beaming smile. Olivia? Don't ask. Her eyes remain on the horizon. Maybe it is a little colder, though, as Olivia's face is slowly turning red. Something up? Well... Her eyes trail down and her hands raise up until she's carefully examining her wrist. I watch as she carefully tests her hands, wincing occasionally as she slowly flexes and rotates her hands. About the painting? Not until you're better. I know. I've been thinking about it. I'm going to be way out of practice when I'm all better. So, you're going to practice. She smiles as she turns to me, probably excited about the prospect of starting on work on that soon. Yeah. I have the mental image for it in my mind and everything. Her smile lessens, though. Her tone becomes uneasy. I just want to make it perfect. I have the mental image, but I won't have the skill. Plus, between the carpal tunnel and rushing at all those paces for Mia, I think I understand what she's getting at, but her smile is back again. Once I can paint again, I need time for practice. I want to show Mr. Iadaka the greatest piece I can create. Do you need anything? My words cut my thoughts off. No, I'll have all the paint and... No, I mean, do you need any help with your practice? Her face glows red again. Maybe. Well, I don't know how much help I can be, but with my complete lack of painting talent. But otherwise, yeah, I'll do whatever I can for you, Olivia. I promise. I cement it with a smile and a thumbs up. Thanks. Oh my god, this is so cute! I think we stood out on the viewing deck for a few minutes. After a particularly cold draft had swept over us, Olivia figured she had enough of the chilly air here. We made our way back inside to the elevator station, where Liz was standing idly. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's so funny! She and Olivia looked at each other for a moment. The two held their stare locked in on each other for about half a minute before Olivia looked to the side. So, what else is there to do here? A lot, evidently. Once we'd gotten back to terra firma, Liz had taken upon herself to walk us around the entire block. The whole area was like a miniature theme park, with lots of street vendors selling tourist trap gifts. We spent the rest of the day just wandering the city park here, enjoying the late fall day to the best we could. Eventually, as the sun sunk below the horizon, Mr. Ferris found us. I had forgotten that we'd come here in the first place because of a business meeting of his. Liz and him waved us goodbye as they broke away and headed for the parking lot, while I pushed a very tired Gator girl to the metro station. I don't think she minded much, honestly, as she clutched her tail to her chest and used it as a makeshift pillow. She looked so sweet like that. It's the perfect background for my phone. She must never learn of this, though. Because I don't think I'd survive. But it'd be worth it. After going home that night, hey, welcome back, Dels. Olivia texted me all night, well into the morning. We ended up talking about all sorts of things. Mia, our art, various shows, just about everything. Never seen her that excited before. For some reason, with sore hands, she sure types fast. And for someone that doesn't much like talking at all, she sure types a lot. I certainly can't keep up. And when she didn't want to talk, she sent more doodles and sketches. Sleep wasn't really an option on my end either. And Guts' doodle ventures were quite entertaining to read. Since then, we've been texting more every night. Not as much, since I do need my sleep. But right now, I'm just waiting for art class to end. Mr. Triggums is apparently one of the substitutes that demands complete silence until class is over, but doesn't care beyond that. Oh yeah? What's the image? So even though I'm sitting about 2 feet away from Olivia, we're having to text each other. She's quite the storyteller with these doodles. Right now, as I try to keep up with the tale of Guts writing a... What's he writing again? He's piloting the main golem from Gundam Finn. Gundam Finn! Fuck off! A giant robot from one of the shows she's been wanting us to watch together. I mean, we would. I totally want to. Just Olivia and I, sitting side by side on my couch. Maybe as we're getting tired, we start leaning against each other. I could even offer to keep her Yeah! Whoops. Catching my phone on the precipice of my desk, I see that Olivia had sent an even more detailed version of the previous Guts drawing. And this is why, for how dumb as it is, Finn is still fun to watch. I don't get it. You almost didn't get your phone just now. If you'd watch it, you would. Angry. Angry rat. One day, maybe. Though only if it's with her. One day, yes. Ah, crap, teacher. Don't want to lose my phone. Okay. After a couple minutes without any alerts, I accept that the Gator girl is really done for now. With a quick look at the clock on the wall, I figure I've got a few more minutes before I absolutely must hide my own phone. Edakin's been out for about a week and a half, so we've been stuck with Mr. Triggums. That, but instead it's Edakin with the zappy stick in Mia when she's banging on the elevator door. Yes! Yes! Why is that not art? Apparently, he doesn't like electives. I swipe back, looking through the pieces she'd sent me over the last couple hours. A lot of the references go over my head, but the few that don't earn a hearty chuckle from me. Then there's the more detailed ones, the drawings that'd be good enough to actually render. I smile as I save those. Been meaning to ask if she'd finish one, back when she started doing this. But I never got around to asking it, simply saving it into a folder. A folder that's grown to a couple dozen now. Would Jerome Clarkson please come to the office? Would Jerome Clarkson please come to the office? Thank you. The announcement made me nearly drop my phone again. They've been going all morning just calling random students to the office. Buzz from my phone has me check it again to see another message from the Gator girl. Never mind. Teach is acting weird today. Weird? I look at her substitute. Mr. Trickums isn't paying attention to us. In fact, he's just kind of looking through the desk he sat at. Weird. Same here. Think it has to do with the office thing? I don't know. Was thinking it was the short day, maybe? That was another thing. I think the entire class realized something was up with how fast class periods were going today. Ah, man! I look at my phone on the floor, the corner of the screen chipped away. Picking it back up before any of my classmates can step on it on their way to lunch, I also just noticed that Ben wasn't in class either. Uh-oh. Ah, damn. Hurry up. Short day means lunch is earlier. Heading to lunch, I realize I'm not actually that hungry. Strange, but I guess it's an internal clock thing. Just so used to eating at the same time every day. Looks like I'm not the only one, as the usual war zone in the cafeteria has expanded to spill into the surrounding hallways. It's loud enough to even cover up the continued announcements. Urkel, thank you. Mostly. I've gotten pretty good at weaving through the chaos relatively unscathed, but man, these guys have way too much energy. What are they even fighting about? But as always, the table in the back is left alone. Damien is chattering loudly about his day so far to Olivia, who's occasionally poking Liz across the table with a toy claw hand. Liz flails her arms to shoo away the offending poke, but never bothers to crane her neck down from the rafters. She perks up when she sees me. Yo, it's Inko! Hey, what's going on at the Olive Garden today? Whack his noggin. The meter stick falls on my head. Ah! It's a joke! A quip! How long did it take you to come up with that one? It was about 2 a.m. last night. Whack him again! Hey! Best $10 I've ever spent. Looks a little familiar, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought when I saw it. Just like the real one, she'll bully you for saying dumb stuff. Bite me. She makes the head gnaw on my face a little. I'll go sit somewhere else. Do it. I got a new friend right here. Ooh, wow. I have an actual friend that isn't addicted to makeup pheromones. That makes me so happy. Your ventriloquism needs a bit of work. I still think it's a little weird. Oh, live a little. Say, you guys aren't eating either? Yeah, it's too early. I'll just eat when I get home. The lunch ladies don't really try on half days. Don't they try normally? The difference makes itself known. I was out for like a week. I'm just gonna steal some of whatever Olivia makes later. Get your own. I've changed my mind. She has too much power. This is great. Man is secretly a Toho player to avoid that chaos unscathed. Right? Ah, no! I aim to hitch it onto Olivia's snout. Bullseye. It's clamped shut. The evil is defeated. While I'm giggling like a schoolgirl, Olivia uses the chance to grab the hand back. Fine, no more claw today. She hastily stuffs the plastic toy in her backpack. After some more small talk, Damien's attention wanders toward Liz, who seems to be lost in thought. Hey Liz, what's in your head? Huh? Oh, I was just thinking about earlier today. I was talking to Principal Scaler this morning while running some errands for Stuco, and she was really out of it. Out of it? Yeah, like she didn't want to be here today. I tried to pry, but she clammed up. I've never seen her like that before. She must have drank bad coffee or something. Yeah, I don't think that makes people sad. I can tell you from experience, it just makes you really have to... Looks like I got a text. Liz pulls out her phone, craning her head down to get a better look at the screen. It's from Ben. Come, having a student council meeting. Normally, it's a bit more formal than that. Yeah, I guess since it's a half day and all. Excuse me. Oh well, duty calls. Sorry for having to leave early, guys. No worries, Liz. We can meet up after school. Sounds good. I'll see you all later then. What would you guys want to do after school? I don't know. Maybe we could hang out at my place? Too cold to get in the pool, but I'm sure we could think of something. I look over to Olivia, who doesn't seem to have any objections to the idea, but no input of her own. Give me a sec. Got any ideas, Liv? We could doodle some stuff. Like charades? Yeah, make it into a game of sorts. Sounds pretty fun, actually. Then I could really wipe the floor with Olivia. Oh, save your breath, Nito. You know my stuff will own you and your chicken scratch. Wanna bet? Ha! That's a sucker's bet! Alright, loser has to pay for food. Deal. We shake hands, making the wager official. Would Olivia Halford please come to the office? Would Olivia Halford please come to the office? Thank you. The monotone voice on the intercom, combined with the strange atmosphere of the school, is starting to unnerve me. We all look at the Gator girl, who rolls her eyes and starts wheeling away from the table and towards the exit. After she left, everything felt more off. Lunch came to an end, and the school day was close to the same. Just a couple more periods before we can hang out somewhere with all the extra free time. I look at Olivia's desk, still empty 5 minutes into Prockling's class. I mean, yeah, she hates this class the most, but it's really become a habit at this point. Just like how it's become a habit for me to write an extra set of notes for Olivia. I look at the two mostly blank pages in front of me. Like with our other teacher, I notice something's off with Prockling. She barely says anything, instead just asking us to read the chapter on the Great War. I do just as asked, and 5 pages in, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that it was the stupidest reason for a world war to break out. A bunch of European countries unhappy with being ruled by a bunch of other European empires decided to revolt and dragging all their allies into the quagmire. I'm really struggling to make sense of the information, made worse with how outdated the textbooks are. Seriously, they're written so bad it ought to be a crime. It oozes pro-Gilded Age corporatism, the kind that genuinely believed that anything bigger than a gathering of 10 people was a form of unionism. With a sigh, I busy myself with taking notes for myself and Olivia. As I do, my eyes continue to wander the classroom. Everyone looks just as disinterested in the subject matter. I look over to Prockling, and she herself doesn't seem interested in the subject matter as well. In fact, she's just kind of staring off into space. It's highly unusual, considering how much emphasis she puts on proper class focus. Yet, here she is, spacing out like she's no better than the teenagers she teaches on the daily. Yeah, no, I agree. He's a fantastic protagonist. Oh, I don't like the feeling of this right now. I'm almost tempted to raise my hand and ask her a question to snap her back to reality when the room's speaker comes to life. Would Incognito please report to the office? Incognito, please report to the office. Thank you. I look up to Miss Prockling. I got called, but she's still the arbiter of who leaves her class and when. But she doesn't meet my eyes at all. If anything, Looks like she's actively trying to avoid eye contact. I pack my things and shuffle out of the classroom. All the while, stares and murmurs from other students grow even more intense. My mind immediately begins to wander. Why am I being summoned to the office? They sure are calling up a lot of people. Maybe it's related to 2 weeks ago? The only thing keeping me company on my march to the principal's office is the sound of rubber soles on tile. Must have spent a fortune polishing these floors. It's not long before I notice another pair of footsteps coming from somewhere ahead of me. I squint my eyes, recognizing the figure that approaches. It's Ben. Guess the student council wrapped up their meeting, though there's no sign of Liz anywhere. As the parasaur makes his way closer, I notice he has a complicated expression on his face. Hey, Ben, what's going on? He flinches as I call his name and looks around like a lost child before he spots me. We make eye contact for a few seconds, but he doesn't say anything. Everything all right, dude? Suddenly, he turns away and continues down the hall. A sinking feeling takes hold of my chest. I almost try to speak up and stop him, but can't think of anything to say. Guess I better get going. Another minute of walking, I reach the door of the principal's office and find it wide open. Come in. I step into the office and close the door behind me, following the source of the deep voice. I realize now that I've never seen the interior of the office before. It's fairly standard for an office. A long wooden desk, a filing cabinet, a few potted plants, and a couple shelves for storing all sorts of things. However, on closer inspection, I notice things are a little more disheveled than I expected. Manila folders strewn across the desk, one of the filing cabinet drawers hangs open, the potted plants are either overwatered or wilting. Is this really Scalar's office? Mr. Nito? My attention is suddenly pulled away towards the hulking figure sitting behind the desk. I can only imagine what that office chair is going through right now. Sir, is everything all right? Have a seat, please. He motions to a small plastic chair on my side of the desk. How have you been, Inko? I oblige his request, taking a seat and trying to suppress my anxiety. I think I'm doing well. He nods to himself, holding his eyes closed. That's good to hear. The whale looks down at an open folder on his desk, taking a moment to look over some kind of document. Oh no. I have news for you regarding your instructor for AP Art Design and Photography. You mean Mr. Iadakin? Yes, Mr. Iadakin. A fine teacher, if student surveys are anything to go by. He also spoke quite highly of you. Do you have a strong relationship with him? Yeah, I think so. Did something happen? My heart drops as Ferris's brow lowers ever so slightly. Suddenly, his tone completely shifts into one more clinical. Over the last 2 years, Mr. Iadakin has been suffering from a rare form of chondrosarcoma that originated in his vertebrae. His tone is heavy. I don't quite know what ailment he just named. Like he should spit on the doctors responsible for discovering it. But the practice movements and worn-out features are undeniable. He's by no means a fragile man, but the tiredness he tries to hide is barely concealed. Every student he's broken the news to has taken something more from him. Tensing himself slightly to be as tactful as he can, the attempted reverence is lost as he recited scripted lines just a few too many times already. He can't muster much more than this flat citation. This analysis means nothing. I'm just distracting myself from the reality of the situation, as though prolonging a confirmation will keep it from happening. Mr. Ferris notices my subtle confusion and clarifies, like he must have done a few dozen times already. Bone cancer. Mr. Iadakin was well advised by medical professionals about the treatment options available to him, and the district offered him a generous medical leave in recognition of his tenure here at St. Hammond. He turned both these down. The cacophony of thoughts swirling in my head makes it nearly impossible to think. Impossible to focus on anything. Right now, all I can do is revel in it. Time passes. I'm not sure how much, but I still can't get a grip on my own mind. Ferris is calmly waiting for me to say something, but I can tell he's becoming uncomfortable. There's only one thing I can muster the will to ask. Why? The whale grimaces. I wish I had an answer. His inflection tells of his own questioning thoughts. The exchange seems to give Ferris the energy to continue, however. On Sunday, Mr. Iadakin was hospitalized due to complications with his illness. He passed away the following morning. Olivia was called here before me. Counseling will be available to you and anybody else affected. Sorry, do you know where Olivia went? No, she didn't say. I'd like to go now, Mr. Ferris. Yes, feel free. I stand up from the plastic chair, pushing it closer to the principal's desk. Offering one last nod to the superintendent, I let myself out of the office. As soon as the door clicks, I start running. Shit. Where would she go? The studio room, maybe? It's the best lead I have. Thanks to all those gym classes, I'll have no trouble getting there quickly. My new destination takes me up the main staircase of the school and onto the second floor. It's not long before I'm staring down the hallway of Iadakin's classroom. I breathe a sigh of relief as I spot Olivia in front of the door. God, what do I even say to her? My thoughts came crashing to a halt as I see another dinosaur beside her, gesturing manically. Ben? From an outsider's view, it looks like Ben is trying to talk her into something. But there's such a stark contrast between their moods. I suppose Ben is in mourning too, but maybe he's just handling it differently. That's the plan I have in mind. What do you think of it? Olivia? Yeah, okay. Olivia's reply came off as weak and unfocused, like she wasn't talking to Ben at all. Can I count on you to be a part of it? Sure. I remained obscured from view. This doesn't seem like a conversation I should intrude on. I'll catch up to Olivia after. Honestly, I'm somewhat surprised Ben is talking to her. No, maybe that Olivia is listening to Ben. That those differences are being put aside. For once, our priorities aligned. I thought to come find Olivia too. I wonder. Iadakin was a mentor to each of us. Like, he'd always be around to help us, but now? All the little things that make you anxious or aggravated are gone in an instant. And all that's left is reality. Why bother with this traumatic garbage? If now's not the time to be brought together, then when? I'm thinking too much. My hands are shivering. Something in my heart threatens to fall apart, but not now. Her voice was too quiet for me to hear, but whatever she said wasn't what Ben wanted to hear. Olivia, I need to know that you're with me on this. Yeah. Olivia. Ben kneels right next to Olivia's chair, putting the two at eye level, though she kept hers averted to the side. I need to know that you're in on this fully. There's a strange panic in the Parasaur's voice. Please, Olivia. For him. Yeah, finally, after what felt like a few minutes, despite it only being 4 or 5 seconds, Olivia looks back at Ben's face and gives him a meek nod. I'm going to take that as a yes, then. The Gator Guild girl gives no other reply to Ben's words. The only sign that his words had registered in her mind were her hands, subtly yet gently shaking, all the while her claws dug deeper into her wheelchair's armrest. Her bulwark broke at last. Seeing the droplets from her eyes drives a searing pain through my chest. My instincts drove me forward, beyond my common sense. I grip the blue boy's shoulder and pull him up. Ben! The Parasaur's eyes snap up towards me. He makes eye contact with me, a depressive expression coating his face. Inko, what are you doing here? I wanted to see Olivia. Olivia's silver eyes finally lift, and the pain reflected in them threatens to shatter my aching heart. Ben looks back to see those mournful eyes too, though his reaction seems the opposite to mine as a smile draws across his face. Inko, hear me out. I'm trying to organize a eulogy for Iadakin. You know, say our goodbyes to him. He deserves it, at least. Olivia, me, and you, he helped each of us so much, and while the Parasaur rambles on, I turn my attention solely on Olivia. I push past Ben and take a knee next to her. Now eye level with Olivia. Ben finally stops talking. I can feel his stare boring into the back of my head. He wants an answer for whatever he was talking about. A eulogy for Mr. Iadakin. It's so surreal to think about that. To think that I spoke to him only yesterday, and today he's just gone. A eulogy. Yeah. It's the least we could do for him, as his pupils. He deserves so much more, though. So much. Right. Yeah. Olivia's probably feeling what I'm feeling right now. This fight's between reality and emotions. Iadakin's gone, and I'm still trying to process it. Trying to accept the fact that I'll never see him again, or listen to him again, or get advice from him again. Never get to impress him, or show him how much I've improved because of his lessons. I don't think I'm ready to accept that he's gone. Ben clears his throat, snapping me from my stupor and back to our current reality. I'm sorry to be so pushy, but I need to know if you and Olivia are in or not. Ben turns to look at Olivia as he says those words. Olivia, meanwhile, continues to stare absent-mindedly at the wall, almost as if Ben's words were not emanating from right next to her, but a few dozen miles away instead. Ben, I don't think. I suddenly feel a cool, scaled hand fall on top of my own. I turn to look at Olivia's pain-stricken eyes. They gaze deeply into mine, pleading, begging to make the pain go away. I don't quite know what I should do. We're not ready to say goodbye. Can you give us some time, Ben? The student council president's taken aback by my words. But Olivia... His frustration with us seems to grow with each second. Ben, look, no! I turn fully to Ben with my hands raised defensively. Ben, listen. We need to do this! For Iadakin! For everyone that cared about him! For us! So why won't you help me? We want to, Ben. Really. Can't you see that what you're asking for is way too soon? Damn it, we just found out! His breathing is haggard now, his composure completely blown, and his own pain is painted across his face as he allows his glasses to slide away from his puffy red eyes. Just, Ben. Her voice is so soft and gentle. Her head turns back to me, her own pain still in her eyes, but also sympathy too. She looks forward, and her words are more resolute. Ben, I understand. The Parasaur boy's breathing hitches. You're right. We should do this. And I will. I promise I will. But it's too soon. We all need time. But he clenches his teeth, followed by his fists. He takes a sharp, uneven breath. His glasses sliding off his face right onto the floor. He's so agitated, so exasperated and devastated that he doesn't even seem to care. My free hand finds itself on my other friend's shoulder, forming a full link between us. Olivia reaches down and picks up the prescription glasses, using her sleeve to smudge them cleanish. Ben struggles, his already broken composure fracturing further. His hands shake as he accepts the proffered eyewear from Olivia, having great difficulty setting them back on straight. When he can finally look up from the floor, his eyes are even more raw with fresh pain. You promise? Olivia nods at the quivering question, her own lips starting to shake as well. Yes, but for now, Ben finally gets it, as his emotional dam is near bursting. Yeah. You're right. Sorry. Ben walks up to me and pats me on the shoulder. With a final solemn look at Olivia and a nod towards me, he walks out of the classroom and leaves Olivia and I alone. As the door clicks behind me, I hear Olivia take a sharp and shuddery breath before turning to look at me. Her eyes are glossy and puffy on the edges. Trails of tears straying down her cheeks. And her expression is of someone who doesn't want to believe that it's true, but deep down knows that it is. As I look at her, I feel my emotions come back twice as hard. No, I need to be strong for her sake, damn it. Olivia, I try to find the proper words to say something to her. Anything that could give her any sense of comfort to ease her pain. I'm liking it. I'm also currently fucking crying. Ugh. But I feel my throat begin to tighten like someone's hand is around my neck. I don't even notice that I'm crying until my vision becomes blurred with tears. PB Pixel, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time here in the basement. Without thinking, I wrap my arms around the baryonyx and pull her into a hug. Olivia seems shocked at first, frozen by my sudden reaction. But then I feel a pair of arms wrap around me, hands clutching my jacket. Olivia begins to softly sob into my shoulder. I feel my own resolve break down as I hear the increasing pain in her cries. When we're like this, I can't even pretend to be the stronger one anymore. Maybe I could bear the pain of Iadakin, but seeing Olivia like this, I hold on tighter. I don't want to let her go. Suddenly, she mumbles something into my shoulder. What was that? We pull apart, and I look over Olivia. Her sunken face is covered in splotches and trails of wet and dry tears. She's hyperventilating, looking like an absolute mess right now. Despite this, her eyes are fierce and lively as they meet mine. I need to do something. Right now? She doesn't respond, hurriedly rolling down the hall towards the elevator. Where would she? The fountain. The only place she could be going. I step forward to follow her, but stop. No matter how I try, I can't continue. This is Olivia's promise, not mine. I have no right to intrude into it like that. My hesitancy robbed me of any choice in the matter. She went alone. I'm a fucking idiot. Alone? In this freezing weather? While she's going through this? The hell was I thinking? I start my silent march through the halls, out the building and into the frozen wilderness. Oh, God, why? Oh, my God, it hurts. I just felt myself get kicked in the fucking heart. I am hugged and wani-pilled. Ugh. It's cold out. Freshly starting to snow. The world just feels so much smaller, muted, and colorless. Now's not the time. I must find Olivia. There's thin tire tracks in the thinly laid snow, pathing out down the sidewalk. I follow them. The path is serene. The falling flecks of white make it feel like one of Olivia's landscapes. The fountain must be just around the corner. Oh, God. I should have gone with her. Of course, the fountain is only accessible with stairs. The steps are tall and coated in a thin layer of ice. It's a death trap. Something rolls down and bumps my shoe. It's one of Olivia's handles. My face flashes with heat and my blood runs cold. Oh, God. I can't lose 2 people in one day, please! I will myself to look up. 8 steps up, Olivia's wheelchair is toppled over on its back. Seat ripped, wheels spread, it's unrecoverable. I haven't played Snoop Game. I've been meaning to, and I never did, and I feel like I'm missing out. Olivia is 2 steps further. Halfway onto the ledge, her arm reaches up for the next one. Olivia! Olivia stops and slowly looks back. It's a look of shock and humiliation at being seen like this. She turns back and starts pulling herself up to the next step. Damn it, Olivia. I take a step up and catch myself. I wonder how far it's a wonder she's gotten this far. But I find my balance and start marching up towards her. Her arm slips on the ledge and she falls back. I caught her in my arms from behind. I didn't make it. She looks up at me, eyes still filled with tears. I carefully sat her down on one of the steps. She hides her face in her palms. I failed you, Dakin. Olivia chokes back a sob. I'm just a stupid fuck-up. Fucking chair. He continues to weep. I sit there and stare for a moment, trying to figure out what to do. I really haven't ever been in a situation like this. The poor girl's shaking, whether it's from the cold or her situation. I don't know. Instinctively, I wrap my arm around her and pull her close to me. Olivia shifts her body accordingly, and we end up in an embrace. Her sobbing calms down to the occasional hiccups, and her body is no longer sapping the heat from me either. I'm sorry, Inko. Sorry for what? Everything. Being an asshole, being a failure, making you waste your time on me. I'm just awful. Don't say that. love you. That's what I wanted to say, but now wasn't the time. I'm your friend. You know that. I'm here for you in the same way you're here for me. Olivia breaks away from our hug. Her face is tear-stained, but she isn't crying anymore. She looks down at her wheelchair. You have a spare home? No. I stand up, look at the stairs towards the fountain, and back to Olivia. I can call Liz if you want. She can come pick us up after we're done. We can worry about your chair then. You're not a failure, Olivia. We're getting you to that fountain. I reach my hand down towards her. Olivia's confusion erodes into a soft smile as she stares at my hand, then back at me. Come lower. Let me grab your shoulder. I've done this a few times before. I lean in closer, and Olivia pivots as best she can. Once more, she uses her tail as an anchor in place of her legs. It's holding her up pretty well. Never considered it, but that tail must be pretty muscular. Let's go. I want to make Yadakin proud. I climb up to the next step, planting my foot on solid ground. Olivia waits for me to stop before quickly moving her tail up to the next step as well. It's sort of like we're each on one leg. Yeah, you don't really think how tall she is because she's always in her chair. Simple enough. It only now occurs to me how close we are right now. At close, I'm practically cradling Olivia against my side. Up another step. Eventually, we finally make it to the top. I managed to shuffle to the fountain. You can just put me down right here. Alright. I gently lower Olivia and place her on the lip of the fountain. There's just enough space for her to sit along the edge, with one leg resting on top of the other hanging off. With one leg resting on top and the other hanging off. She looks into the still water in contemplation. My eyes follow hers, focusing on the coins that settled on the bottom of the fountain, though hard to see through the opaque ice. I stuff my hands in my pockets for warmth, feeling the skin of my knuckles starting to split already. My fingers trace over the quarters I usually use on our lunchtime drinks. Yes! The powerful sneeze draws me away from my meandering thoughts to see the Gator Girl quivering on the cold concrete seat. Damn it. Her jaws clench tight, baring her sharp teeth to the world. Her nostrils flare with each breath, the hot air creating a puff of visible mist. And her eyes are filled to the brim with fiery rage and salty tears. I want to break the silence between us, ask her her thoughts. She's deep within them, though. Oh, the music's fantastic. Raging within her own mind. Finally, having the moment to process everything that's happened. In the end, it's Olivia that breaks the silence, with a single, quiet, disdain-filled curse. Damn it. Her eyes shut, keeping her tears from falling. Damn it. A hiss seeps through her lips. I made it. I finally made it, but the thought goes unfinished. She lets her shoulders down and returns her gaze away from the spouting water. Listlessly gazing towards the obscured afternoon sun that's just managing to peek through the clouds and snow-covered trees. Maybe she's imagining that's where he is now. But what now? Withdraw my hand from my pocket, holding it open for her to see the pocket change in my palm. Scanning over the water feature before us, I think back to all the times I wanted to do this with someone else. How about we make a wish? Olivia's brow furrows as she glances off to the side. Her fingers grip the hoodie, and I watch as she considers my suggestion thoroughly. Sure. A wish sounds nice right now. I motion her forward. The Gator Girl holds her hand out to me, and I drop a quarter into her palm. On 3, I nod in reply. 1, 2, 3. I wish for. Our twin coins flip in the air together. I watch as the coins spin skyward, crashing through the fallen snowflakes. At their apex, the coins seem to pause, just to briefly touch one another. And with a synchronized plop, both of the quarters hit the water together. Leaning forward, I see that the coins even landed on the same side. Heads. Wonder if that'll double our chances of making our wishes come true or something. I let out a huff in amusement from Olivia's comment. Though, the more I think about it, the more I hope it does. We stay there, looking at the fountain together in silence. For a moment, it feels as though time has stopped around us. It's just me and Olivia experiencing the moment together. It almost makes me forget what had just transpired. What we were dealing with. The kind of future the two of us were looking at. For this moment, though, none of those dreadful thoughts mattered. What matters right now is finding a small bit of peace, of solace. A little bit of calm before the storm that was inevitably coming. A harsh wind chill finally brings Olivia and I out of our thoughts. Hey, sorry for being super distant earlier. You don't have to apologize for that, Olivia. Everyone goes through these sorts of things differently. I know, but I just feel bad. I know I'm not the only one who's sad that Iadakin is gone, but the pause makes me stop and turn to face her. I can see it in her face that she's trying to form the right words. Iadakin was the first person who I felt was a role model for me. He didn't just believe in me, he made me believe in myself. Not just for my art, but being able to succeed in general. I knew that Iadakin meant a lot to her, but I never realized he meant that much to her. More than anything, he actually cared about me. About my thoughts, my dreams. I felt... Olivia's lips tremble as she struggles to voice the thought. Normal. God, I probably sound so stupid saying that. I shake my head in disagreement. You don't. Mr. Iadakin was important to me as well. It's okay, Olivia. I know how you feel. He gave me some of the best advice I've ever gotten from anyone, and encouraged me to follow my dreams. Like you. I wish I'd met him sooner. There's a moment of silence between us. The air filled with a mix of sympathetic emotions. A shared sadness for the passing of someone who made an impact in both our lives, but a sense of thankfulness that he graced our lives. Guess we both got our issues, huh? Yeah, I guess so. A fresh breeze of icy air sends a shudder down my spine. So, what should we do now? I pat the growing pile of snow off my shoulders and head. Let's see. I look at my phone. School's ending in 10 minutes. Wanna just chill here until then? Right? She's cold-blooded. She should be hyped. She should be passed out right now. No pun intended. Sure. I look around, noticing a tiny bench for two nestled against the tree. The Gator girl must have noticed, as she's already holding her arms out for me. I recall something. A certain pair of raptors. I kneel down, facing away from Olivia. I can feel the icy flakes melt off me as Olivia leans against me again. Her powerful arms wrap around my shoulders, clawed fingers digging into my jacket. My fingers locked together to form a makeshift seat for her behind me. With my passenger secured, I make a beeline for the bench. Lest I get caught up in what I feel pressing into my back. She lets herself drop onto the bench, uncaring for her landing. Taking a page from the book of Olivia, I also drop uncaringly next to her. Just glad to have some shelter from the increasing snowfall. So here we are, mission accomplished for Olivia. Now what? My curiosity compels me to ask Olivia something. If you don't mind me asking, what'd you wish for? I don't think you can tell someone what you wished for, or else it won't come true. The superstitious side of myself says that she has a fair point, so I decide not to push it any further. Just curious is all. We continue relaxing in comfortable silence. I mean, I don't mind telling you if you tell me yours. I guess that's only fair. What did I wish for just now? It's hard to put it into words. It's not something specific. Rather, a feeling that I keep coming back to. Back before I came to this school, I would have wished for more friends, or a successful future, or to take back something embarrassing from the past. But now that I think about it, I didn't need to make a wish. That's too vague. I know, but I don't know how else to put it. Come on, at least try. My best memories from the past few months... This? Being outside in the freezing cold? No, not that. What do you mean, then? I struggle to find the words without making myself sound stupid. You know, we've hung out a lot together, but it's not often that it's just the two of us. Just us. Yeah, that doesn't happen a lot. I wish it was like that more often. Baryonyx's eyes go wide. Shoot, maybe that came across too weird. I mean, I just want to get closer to you, you know? I watch the beginnings of a blush form across Olivia's cheeks. Wait. I don't mean it like that. I want to get to know you better. She glances away, laughing nervously as her tone changes drastically. Yeah, I understand. Totally. I breathe a silent sigh of relief. You want to know what I wished for? If you don't want to share, you don't have to. No, I asked for yours, it's only right. I wished to know what I want to wish for. I glance across the bench towards her. I can't make sense of anything right now. I want today to be over, frozen, and to have never happened all at once. I want Yadakin back, but I don't want to replace him with someone else. It's too late to start all over again. She stops to wipe her eyes, but they were already dry. All I ever wanted to be was someone he would be proud of. But it just feels impossible. She looks away. I ended up picking something lame. Sorry. What's that? Olivia's still looking away, so while I can hear her hesitation, I can't tell what she's thinking. I threw that coin, and out of everything racing in my mind, the one thought that stuck out the most was just... She chews on her lip in contemplation for a moment, and when she finally continues, her voice is a soft whisper. I want somebody I can trust. I feel like my face heat up from her words and her tone. Even with her head turned, I notice a red flush creeping over Olivia's face too. I instinctively jerk my head the other direction. Shoot, what do I do now? We're both sitting motionless, neither daring to say another word. If I listen closely, I can feel her heartbeat from here. She can probably hear mine as well. I don't even notice the cold anymore. Maybe we can just stay like this for a few weeks. Nah, don't be ridiculous. You need to tell her how you feel. I clear my throat, searching for words that wouldn't come. She just said she wanted somebody to trust. I mean, you can trust me. I hear shuffling from Olivia. Damn it, I can't work up the nerve to turn my head towards her. My neck feels like a rusted hinge as I try to disobey my body and look at her through my periphery. Do you trust me? Despite my words, she nods her head vigorously, the blush growing dangerously bright. I shift my body towards her on the bench. I trust you too. She suddenly shakes her head a bit to bring herself back to reality. Maybe I can be honest with you then. You're silly and you're ridiculous. Maybe a little over-optimistic. You're thoughtful and adventurous. You're so willing to just take me with you. You don't treat me any different from this. You don't treat me any differently for this stupid thing. She lightly hits the armrest of the bench. Guess I stopped noticing at some point. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you're like... So many words dance on the tip of my tongue. Like... My mouth and brain are at a standstill, one wanting to just blurt out whatever, while the other keeps it all in and disseminates it in a thoughtful manner. Comes out as... A furious snort rips from the Gator girl's nose, followed by peals of laughter. Out of embarrassed shame, I covered my face with my own hands. What was that? I curse my nerves as I try to protest her continued guttural guffaws. Come on, Olivia, I'm really trying! The snowflakes that managed to still land on me melt away from the extreme heat radiating from my whole head. Olivia acquiesces, though, drawing back into a very smug grin. Okay, take two, Inko. My head's temperature finally drops from core of the sun to a more manageable volcano. Thanks, jerk. Seeing that small quirk from her own lips, I can't stop a smile from growing on my face. I guess, be honest with her and yourself. Honest. At the very start, I thought you were just out of it. What? You almost ran me over in the hallway. Oh. She frowns and looks away. Sorry. And then you tried to get my seat moved. Sorry. And the claw thing today. Not sorry about that. I figured. And you used to be hard to talk to. I felt awkward every time I'd even try. Like, thank Raptor Jesus for Damien and Liz, because oh, damn it. Because otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten to know the real you. Olivia wrings her clawed fingers together. And what do you think of the real me? She's easily the most caring person I've ever known. I mean, yeah, she can be a little selfish and doesn't think ahead sometimes, but when she cares for something, she just has to do everything she possibly can for whatever it is. Is that what you think? Yeah. I think you're quite caring and passionate and what? And I know Mr. Iadakin saw that in you too. Olivia's eyes water at the mention of our mentor. Thank you, Inko. Now's the time, Inko. Just say it. Hey, Inko? Say it! Say it! Say it! Say it! Say it! Say it! Do you like me? Yes? Why does talking have to be so hard? I prepare for Olivia's smug one-liner to crush my weak confession. Instead, I watch as Olivia brings her hood up and hides her eyes with it. Oh my god, no. Really? For some reason, seeing her like this fills me with a well of confidence. Yeah. Can I hear you say it? I like you, Olivia. I don't get how... No, no, unfortunately, Blackmore the Church Grim will be staying as it is. Her hood peels away just enough so you can see her shimmering silver eyes. Why would you like someone like me? Well, I like you too. Olivia brings her legs to her chest, holding the limbs tightly to her. She brings her hoodie hem over her legs, transforming herself into a crocodile-shaped igloo. An olive igloo. An olive igloo. Slippers was a bad idea. Oh crap, yeah, you okay? Fine, just call someone. I cough awkwardly and get my phone out to call Liz. Hello? Inko, is that you? Aren't you supposed to be in class right now? Scalar let Olivia and I out early. Oh, okay. I was told about Professor Yadaka, and I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm with Olivia at that old park by the school. Her chair's busted and we're kind of stuck. There's a keening whine from the bundled crocodile next to me, her tail wrapping around her as if to hug herself. Broke? As in this weather? Are you two okay? We're fine. Can you come pick us up? Sure, I think I remember where that is. I'm with Principal Scalar right now. Once we're finished, I can get you two on the way home. Thanks. After some shuffling, the call drops. I turn back to Olivia. She seems more anxious than anything right now. You alright? Yeah, I'll be okay. The stovepipe maw of the olive glue chatters quietly in the cold. My concern finally takes hold, forcing me to finally close the gap between us. She said the chair had no replacement. It'll take a while for the new one to come in. I mean, she'll be trapped at home, completely sealed off from the outside. Man. The beginning of Olivia's annoyed protests die of exposure, becoming a grumbling acceptance as I wrap my arms around her shivering form. You're lucky you're warm, Inko. Yeah, I definitely feel like it, as her body shifts and nestles closer against me. Olivia's tail lays on my lap, the shivering reverberating through it the most. I lay my palm atop it, feeling the cold limbs shaking slowly still. Some long-distance trivia about limbs losing heat the fastest springs to mind, and in hopes of keeping frostbite away, I pet the heavy tail. And as I do so, I hear the silliest sound rumbling from Olivia's chest through the rest of her. It's like a purring cat, almost. There's a new sensation on my cheek now, soft and warm. She's... Her lips are planted firmly on my cheek, and this feels nice. As I continue to warm her tail for her, I feel her warm lips press more and more against my cheek. We did it! We did more than hug the gator! We got the smooch! I don't know if kisses are supposed to go this long, and be this wet. And now the lips are moving and some pointy things are there, and munch. And there's her teeth. Oop. Olivia instantly lets go of my cheek from her non-lethal bite. Oh, fuck, sorry, I'm new to this stuff, I'm nervous. It's okay, really. I put a hand to my cheek to feel the damage, feel the indent of her fangs, but nothing serious. And we'll start falling asleep before we hear a car pull up from the bottom of the hill. Olivia perks up and leans forward to try and see who it is. A few seconds later, Liz's head rises above the stairs, scanning like a submarine periscope. God damn it. Crap, it's going to be tough getting all the way back down, even with Liz's help. I look back and smile at Olivia, still huddled against herself and clinging to my arm. You ready? Today seemed to drag on endlessly. Liz's arrival had ended our embrace, and she had quite the dour look on her face. She said she's been in a meeting with the principal, and I can only imagine how the faculty and student council were reacting to Iadakin's passing. Her mood seemed to lift a little. At least, when she saw Olivia and I both huddled together beneath the tree. Olivia's mood, on the other hand, plummeted. Probably from the way Liz and I had to carry her to the car. The ride to the Payne household had been silent, save for Olivia's grumbling and embarrassment. I think I'd be in a similar mood if I was treated like a sack of potatoes, but then again, how else were we supposed to carry her? I should suggest more leg workouts to Coach Sully, just in case. Damien and Randy were waiting for us at the curb, the older man looking over Olivia with worry. When your friend told us, Sophie and I were beside ourselves. I'm fine, Randy. Randy didn't really hear her. The instant that her car door was open, her legal guardian pulled her up into one hell of a bear hug. Come on, I'll get you kids some hot cocoa. Damien watched on with a smile of relief as his father hauled her over his shoulder and marched into his home. You guys want to stick around? Vinny's still in school, so we'll have the consults to ourselves. It's still pretty early, all things considered. Sure, I'd love some hot chocolate right now. Liz? I'd like to, really, but the council still needs to prepare the arrangements for Edak and, well, you know. Maybe I'll come by after if I can. Alright. Well, if you do, I'll make sure there's some cocoa left. Appreciate it. With that, Liz drives off down the street. Come on, let's head inside before we turn into popsicles. Settling into the well-worn couch, I notice a distinct lack of baryonyx. Where's Olivia? Randy chimes in from the kitchen, busying himself with an old-fashioned kettle. She wanted to rest on her bed for now, boys. Give her some time. No one can resist a hot cocoa during weather like this, especially how I make it. Never had home-brewed hot chocolate, but if it's anything like his cooking, then it must be some good stuff. After a few minutes, Randy comes out with a tray. Here you guys go. He passes around a few Christmas-themed mugs, labeled with the family names, and leaves the last one on top of a nearby drawer. You're gonna have to be Vinny for a bit. You cool with that? Yeah, thanks, Randy. Man, you look cold. Were you out there long? It's true. By now, the snow on my jacket's melting, my clothes are chilly and soaked. Yeah, feel free to take a long load off until you warm up. I'll be in my bedroom resting. Holler if you need anything. He gives Damien a pat on the back and leaves. The mug is hot to the touch, but it's a welcoming feeling to warm up my icy fingers. I take a moment to gently blow air on the beverage to cool it down before moving it to my lips. Yeah, it's pretty good. Damien is chugging his. He finishes the swig and sets the glass down. That must have been half of it in one go. Well, there are multiple ways to enjoy anything. After today's events and weather, I really needed this. You gotta wear Vinny's Mr. Beast shirt to drink it. God, no. Vinny is a tasteless zoomer, and I refuse to take anything he says at face value. But he's also 8, so I'll kind of let it slide. He's also a kid, so I'll kind of let it slide. Another sip. It's really helping me warm up. I didn't even notice how cold I was. Hey, Vinny. Yeah? You good? I'm holding it together. Yeah, still a bit scattered. I don't blame you. Hey, Pops doesn't want you venturing back out into the tundra yet. You up for a game or something? He gestures to the entertainment setup. Nah, but go ahead. I'll watch. Damien thinks for a second, the few gears in his head turning in conflict. Really, I don't mind. Alright, I'll get set up. Damien sets his game up, searching several mismatched cases for the right CD and giving the screen a good thump to get it to work properly. Grabbing a controller, he turns on the Xbox One. Selects something called Rock Ring ODHG and settles deep into his groove on the couch. This one's my favorite in the series. Oh my god, it's Halo ODST. Oh my fucking god. After a minute or two of gathering a full lobby, the Dilaphospino Dino picks his class and begins his virtual rampage. Only a minute in, and he manages to get the first kill. Just a bit burnt out of the day. Getting pretty tired, actually. Hey, Inko? Yeah? Olivia didn't come back with her wheelchair. Did something happen? Yeah, she isn't taking Ian Atkins' passing well. Man. Well, I'm glad you were there for her. My eyes remain on the screen, lost in the vibrant violence as some in-game announcer proclaims Damien's digital massacre. On his part, Damien's frills wavered like crazy. It looked as if his arms were also wanting to wave in victory. You want to talk about it? I don't want to take up your time, Damien. Come on, man. We've known each other for a while now. You can be honest with me. Not sure to where to begin, really. Yadakin was really cool. I don't really have the right words for it. Killionaire. Somehow, I think I'm unqualified to speak on it, compared to Olivia. She knew him better than I did. He was important to her, yeah? We talked about it for a bit before Liz picked us up, but I'm worried I'm not much help. Well, that's what we're here for, right? To help her out in any way we can. Best thing to do is to be ourselves for her. She'll eventually go through the motions her own way. Yeah, that makes a surprising amount of sense. I slowly look up from my mug over to Damien. You make it sound so easy, too. He briefly meets my gaze before returning his attention to the screen. I know I'm not the smartest guy around, but I do know Olivia. We don't share parents, but she's still my older sister. Older sister? Her birthday is first, duh. And knowing Olivia, she'll be able to manage. But how were you managing? Me? Trying to sort the maelstrom of emotions running rampant in my head is overwhelmed, I guess. I wish I'd gotten to learn more from him. Olivia could probably recite some of his lessons by heart. She probably could. I remember the first time she got to work on some special paints in his class. She was just ecstatic. She came home a mess, covered all over with blues and greens, leaving tracks wherever she went. When Mom saw her carpet vandalized, she threw her right in the backyard and hosed her off. I ended up joining in because it looked fun. Eyeing the hallway leading to her room, part of me wants to see if she's alright. That part simply wants to be closer to her again. Damien looks back again, the unspoken question clearly written across his arched brows. What about Olivia and you? Speaking of, I may have told Olivia that I liked her. About time. Huh? What? You two have stuck together like glue ever since the summer barbecue. I mean, come on now. Anyone with half a brain could see that you were becoming more than friends. All the signs were there. Although it does worry me a little. Why's that? Well, think about it. Your teacher passed away and you're both wrecks right now. What if this is just that suspension bridge thing? I don't know, man. It only just happened. You're right. Sorry. I do like Olivia. I know that. I guess I'm a little scared of the future. How so? There's just a bunch of things I still don't get about Olivia. Or maybe friendship in general. When I first arrived at St. Hammond, I never really had any friends like you guys. So to suddenly be involved in all of this, I don't know. I think I get it, yeah. Things can be a little dramatic around here. One way to put it. What's so different about your old friends? Never really had any. Well, that's not true. Well, that's not true. I had friends, but they were like day friends, you know? Classmate friends, yeah, I got a bunch. And your folks constantly moving means they only ever lasted like a year, tops. Yeah. Am I a day friend? No way! You come to our parties and everything. In fact, look. He points to the subtle, discolored patch on my jeans where Vinny's acid punch had failed to completely wash off. We got you marked. Nice. Means more than you know. I'm doing better. Doing better. You know, it was still emotionally violent, but we confessed. We got more than a hug from the. We got more than a hug from the Gator. We got a full-on smooch. To be honest, I always had a good feeling about you. Thought you'd be a decent addition to the group, but to see Olivia actually start opening up to you 2 months ago, that was unthinkable. All those years I was trying alone, you know? You made it all worthwhile. Not to take credit or anything. I'm just really glad to see her happy after so long. Moments of Olivia and I together flash in my head. Good, bad, and everything in between. It all accumulates into a single image of her staring up at me with that smile of hers. Me too. Hard to believe that she's been dealing with so much inside when I first met her. Well, Inko, some people just have a lot of problems they hide from the world. For example, he puts the controller down and shifts to look me in the eye, his character instantly sniped. That hot chocolate gave me a tummy ache. I'm being serious. That was serious. It can be little things like that. Little stresses that add up. Now, it doesn't bother me, but something else. But someone else? It might just about ruin them. If you're trying to get with Olivia, I'll give you a nickel's worth of advice my dad told me. If a girl you like asks you to wear your shirt at 2 a.m. and to bake cookies, she's an absolute keeper. That's some pretty good advice. Just don't break her heart, yeah? Wouldn't dare to think of it. Damien offers me a fist to bump, to which I happily reciprocate. The door creaks open. Both our heads turn back at the sound. She kneels in the doorway to her room, leaning against the side railing. Damien nods to me and continues his game. The ambient gunfire and controller clicking fills the silence. I take the hint and stand up, slowly approaching Olivia as she tries to shuffle down the hallway. She's completely upright in a display of pure confidence. Even her tail is upright, as if to amplify her dignity. I'll have to tell her how cute that is when I'm not so drained. I wordlessly offer a hand, and she accepts. With her on my shoulder, I walk the both of us toward the living room couch and plop down with her on it. Oh, here. I lean forward and grab her cocoa from the coffee table. Most of the warmth is gone by now. I guess I can go warm it up in the microwave for her. She's tugging at my arm. Come on, it's cold. She starts leaning harder against me to keep me from getting up all the way. All right, jeez. I give her the mug and she starts sipping instantly. I was going to warm. My voice dies as I feel her settling against my legs with a relaxed hum. Her body relaxes more and I'm allowed to sit up enough for her to settle in by my shoulder. She's warm. The two of us watch Damien's game continue. Olivia continues sipping down her drink, letting one hand free from the mug. Her hand finds its way into mine, and our fingers curl around each other's. Damien plays a few more games. I don't really keep track of how well he does. He finishes one last match and yawns, stretching back over the couch. Alright, that's probably enough for me. I'm gonna get going. Give you two some space. Okay. Damien gets up from the couch, slides his controller near the cabinet where it lied before. On his way out, he stops to look right into my eyes. Hey, keep things chill, man, and don't do anything stupid, alright? Yeah. He nods and heads off to the depths of the house. And just like that, it's quiet once more. Is she asleep? Hey. I don't think you've seen my room before, have you? Not at all. Would you want to see? I'd love to. I watch her blush. Am I getting good at this? Okay, just walk me there. Similar to before, I help Olivia off the couch, and we shuffle towards her room. That's another save. Wow. I'm not sure what I was expecting Olivia's room to look like, but I'm surprised. It's the air that hits me first. It's a strange mix of heavy, fake floral candle trying its best to cover the almost nostalgic scent of art supplies. Band posters and paintings of dinosaurs cover a lot of her wall space, like the room is her own personal canvas. Her desk sat beneath the window. Again, what space wasn't covered by the faded-looking paper was instead covered in dried-up paints. Right next to that, a dresser holding up a decades-old television, and retro gaming consoles. All in all, it reminds me of the rooms they'd show in older high school movies. So, where do you want? Just on the floor's fine. I gently lower Olivia to the floor, letting myself sit cross-legged next to her in the process. So, what do you think? I think it suits you. Figured you wouldn't have any chairs. I got this really soft rug and a beanbag chair over there. She gestures to a beat-up lump in the corner near a large lamp. Olivia pulls something off her bed. It's a laptop, open to a music program. But I don't recognize any of the songs, or bands, or albums. It's a pretty big track list. What music do you listen to? I'm sort of a closeted metalhead. Whenever I'm alone, I put some on full blast while I do chores or art. Generator Head, Super Death, Iron Tomb, you name it. What do you listen to? Please let us get in. Don't lock us. Please let us get in. Don't lock us away. Mumble rap. I listen to mumble rap. If that scratches your brain, then... Anyway, my dad was super into heavy metal when I was a kid, and he got me into it. When Damien and I would be playing out in the yard and his mom would be making lunch, our dads would be in the garage, blasting heavy metal while they worked on the car. Working on cars? Yep, my dad and Uncle Randy would Randy would fix up some cars. She clears her throat. Huh. I think that's the first time I've ever heard you call him Uncle Randy. Yeah, I call him that sometimes, along with Auntie Sophia. You call him Auntie Sophia? Your right hand comes off? What do you... Ah! Your right hand comes off? What? Olivia lunges to chomp at my hand, and I have to take a moment to check my fingers just in case. Hey, I was joking! So was I. But yeah, I listen to a lot of this. Want to hear any? She offers me the trackpad. Anything I see, huh? Say, what kind of music is B-flat? Music is a bit lame anyway. Wait here. There's actually something else. Something else? Something nobody else gets to see. I'm going to show you my chest. Here it is. Look, Olivia holds out a small wooden box. There are 2 rusted metal latches that have long since aged past their use. Inko, get your head out of the gutter! Totally not disappointed by that. I can't see it quite well in the dim lighting, but I think if I were to hold it up in the sunlight, I'd see a thin layer of glitter glue coating the whole thing. It's also been painted carefully, with very thoughtful attention to tones. What could even be inside? Honestly, no guesses come to mind. Could be anything. What are you waiting for? Open it. I carefully open the lid. Inside is Olivia's chest. I mean, the box is filled with various baubles and trinkets. What is all this? It's like my own little hoard. I've been saving up lots of things through the years. Nobody else has ever seen it. She holds out the box for me to take. It's heavier than it looks. This must be some high-quality material. With the box in hand, I sit on the edge of the bed. Olivia manages to crawl her way to sit up beside me. She reaches inside to grab... It's a picture of Olivia's chest. I mean, Olivia at the shore. This was from last summer. Dad had a weekend off, and we all went swimming together at the beach. The sun was just setting and decided to take a picture since it was a nice view. Plus, I feel pretty. Maybe, we could go together sometime. Maybe, yeah. She places the photo back in the box. Is this a lighter or an eraser? Oh, this used to be Uncle Randy's. Does the engraving mean anything? She shakes her head with a soft smile. Not really. He said it's harder to steal if it's harder to steal and hide stuff that looks unique. Really? Really? I think he just thought it looked cool and not tacky. Well, I think it looks cool. Who would? A paintbrush? A very important paintbrush. Olivia's lips turn upward slowly as each bristle of the brush flicks away from her thumb. Though she averts her eyes from mine, I can see the green of her scaly cheeks turn red. Sorry, just got sentimental for a moment. This was the first brush I ever had. Dad gave it to me on my 5th birthday. Her tone falters lightly. Dad always asked me to make him little drawings. And every time I finished one he gave it to him, he'd tell me it looked amazing. I could barely draw a circle back then, but he'd still gush over them and... She shakes her head. I think he put them in some scrapbook. I don't know, but he kept them all. Olivia looks back to me, her embarrassment turning into bashfulness. Thanks. I'm guessing these are baby teeth? What's that? That is my first tooth. Wow. I've never seen baby dino teeth up close before. It's so tiny and sharp. What's that one? That's my 58th tooth. Your teeth grow back? Yours don't? Humans. What are these? Just a couple of cool rocks I found. I liked how they looked, so I kept them. Olivia is endlessly based. She collects cool rocks. You ever just go out when you're walking and you see a rock and you think, fuck me, that is cool as hell. And you pick it up and you put it in your pocket? I used to do that all the time. Cool rock gang! I grab one of the rocks to give it a closer look. It's gray with thin brown lines around it and smooth to the touch. It'd be a perfect skipping stone. That was my favorite. It tastes like salt. How do you know that? I tasted it. Oh, hey. Whoa, some of these look really cool. Of course they do. I picked all these out myself. Where'd you get these? I pick one up whenever I see one. They're a dime a dozen. Oh, I love this little guy. What's that? Let me show you. Olivia rummages through the box and plucks out a tiny hexagon piece. Then places the plastic ball onto it, and right before my eyes, it transforms into this little robotic-looking diamond. She is a fucking Bakugan! Ooh. This is a Gabucon. Dinoid, to be exact. I was hooked on the show when I was younger, and always asking to get the toys for my birthdays and for my birthday and Christmas. Vinny got the rest of my old collection. This one was always my favorite, so I keep it here. Minutes go by as Olivia continues showing off her personal little hoard. All tiny objects that Olivia's chosen to keep with her this whole time, eagerly explaining the significance of every little piece of her that she's got locked away in here. By the time we're done, she's resting her muzzle on my shoulder. It's been a crazy long day. I'm pretty exhausted myself. Can you put this back on the dresser there? Sure. I gently move her off my shoulder, much to her muffled groans of protest. Then I carefully place the box back where it was on the dresser. The small friend pokes his nose curiously through the bars of his cage. Hey, little guy, long time no see. Were you napping? The black and white mirrored replies with a series of squeaks. I like to think he's saying that he's glad to see me. Hey, Olivia. Aw. Yeah, I'm pretty exhausted, too. Bed's definitely off limits. That leaves either the floor or the couch outside. Or... that beanbag chair looks pretty inviting right now. I slump into it, the beads inside scrunching under my weight as I settle in. It's soft. smells a bit like paint in Olivia's hair. Does Olivia lay on this while she works? As I start to drift off, the last thing my weary eyes take notice of, is Olivia sleeping soundly on her bed. With how emotionally draining this whole day has been for us, it's nice to see her looking so peaceful. I begin to stir from my deep, cushiony slumber. Feels like there's something heavy across my stomach, stopping any ability to move. Did someone throw a weighted blanket on me? Actually, it feels like whatever is on me is vibrating. What is it? Olivia? Whoa! Damn! God damn! She's on me? My entire head grows hot as my brain tries to process the situation. How weird, as she's, her chest pressing close to mine, I can feel her rhythmic breathing against my body. It's deep, slow, with a subtle but noticeable rumble with each exhale. If I focused hard enough, I could probably feel her heartbeat. Maybe she sleep-crawled onto the beanbag and didn't realize I was on it. I should probably wake her up so she can get back to bed. Anytime I try to move, her limbs cling tighter around my body like a boa constrictor. With all but Olivia's tail wrapped around me, any attempt of escaping her hold is fruitless. Olivia looks even more peaceful than she did on the bed. Maybe she doesn't know I'm here. Maybe she does know that I'm here. I'll leave her be. Last thing I want to do is make her a cranky Gator. With my free hand, I managed to grab my phone. Checking the time, the digital clock only says that it's only 5 minutes past 4:30. Plenty of time to continue my nap. I nestle my head back into the beanbag and let the feeling of Olivia's rumbling lull me back to sleep. This feels nice. My morning alarm lulls me from my sleep into the world of the living. I ended up spending the night at Olivia's place. Randy and Sophia thought my parents would actually be worried that I stayed with strangers for the night. When my folks hadn't answered their phones, Sophia was left fuming. Randy didn't look as bothered, though, and the two calmed down after I made something up about a business trip. Honestly, I'm probably right anyway. On the upside, I got to spend the night with Olivia. Last night we even turned the living room into some kind of blanket and pillow fort. It felt childish to huddle up on the floor with Olivia and watch her play old computer games on the outdated TV, but I had more fun than I'd like to admit. But now that Friday's rolled around, it was time for school. Olivia's wheelchair is out of commission until Randy could go get a replacement, meaning she'd have to miss out today. Given the state of both her emotions and wheelchair, it pained me to have to go without her and leave her all alone. Honestly, I don't want to be alone in my cold, empty house either. Miss Sophia's one hell of a cook. Last night she made a delicious meatloaf. Guess I know who Olivia got her culinary skills from. I rise from the couch, pulling the spare blanket off me. The pains let me sleep on the couch, but at some point, Olivia must have dragged herself from her room to join me. As I try my best to get up without waking her, I pull my phone out to check the time. At the same time I'd normally wake up. I'm kind of impressed with my own internal clock. You awake, son? I jump as Randy makes his presence known behind me. Seeing Inko without his sunglasses is so weird. His hands idly button up a floral shirt as he motions ahead towards the unconscious Gator lying on the couch. Guessing he has an early shift. She wasn't there when I went to sleep. Don't worry, not accusing you. Damien's already up and the kitchen's got cereal. Don't be late for school. I nod in response, taking a few moments to put my jacket and glasses on before heading to the kitchen. Even if I didn't remember where it was, it wouldn't be hard to find. Damien's busy slurping honeyed oats like a jet engine. Yeah, oh, Inko, you hungry? Before I even reply, The Dilophosaurus jumps out of his chair and makes for a nearby cabinet, procuring another bowl and spoon, which he slides across the table. Thanks. Most important meal of the day, man. Eat up. He gestures to the half-gallon of milk and box of cereal on the table. I take a seat across from Damien and pour myself a bowl. Normally, I'd skip breakfast on account of getting an upset stomach during PE. Then again, that could be my PTSD with the burritos talking. With spoon in hand, I get a scoop of cereal and begin eating. You know, as far as cereals go, it's a little bland. If I had to guess, they probably avoid any of the colorful, sugar-filled cereals to prevent Vinny from bouncing off the walls. More than he usually does, at least. Honestly, if you gave Vinny any kind of sugary cereal, I'm almost certain that kid would vibrate through the walls. I continue eating my bowl of cereal with less ferocious haste than Damien. It's not long before we're both done, and Damien stands up without any intent of cleaning up after himself. Liz should be getting here any minute now, so we can wait outside. Sounds good. I take the time to rinse off our dishware in the sink before anything else. Damien looks a little guilty as he realizes what I'm doing. Finally, with breakfast dealt with, we get ready to head outside into the cold, harsh world. As I grab my backpack by the couch, I take one more glance at my slumbering girlfriend. She's taken up the entirety of the couch now, the blanket we shared falling away as she spreads out into the spot I was just at. Should I give her a kiss goodbye? Maybe fix the blanket for her? I'm running out of save slots. This seems too forward, especially because Randy's still here. No clip has been enabled. You may run for your life. Yup. And we'll tuck her in. Her brow scrunches up and I can see the goosebumps spreading on her arms. Kneeling down, I take the edge of the blanket and bring it over her. As I turn away from her, something catches my wrist. It's Olivia's hand. With bleary eyes full of sleep, she looks at me, silently asking me to stay. Oh, Liz is here. His words make Olivia tighten her grip. Painfully tight. Ow, hey, I'll be back tonight, okay? She's fighting to stay awake with eyes fluttering and hand grip waning. Olivia... promise? My hands adjust the blanket again. Promise. I think she accepts that, and she lets herself slump back onto the couch. Inko! Sorry, had to do something. Damien huddles himself and charges into the cold, right to Liz's car. She flings the passenger door open just in time for him to leap in and close it again. I get one last look at Olivia before I shut the door and hurry down as well. I can't get over how Liz drives. The fact that she just coils her head around that thing. That brace. It's so stupid. I mean, it's surprisingly well thought out, but God, is it so stupid. Oh, man, the car is nice and warm. Morning, Inko. Stayed the whole night, huh? You really stayed the whole night? Liz starts down the road and toward the school. Morning. Yeah, I didn't want to be alone in the snow. Is that why you smell like Damien's deodorant? His clothes are looking pretty ragged by now, too. Shut up. I'll have to get a shower and a fresh change of clothes as soon as possible. Damien and Liz keep the conversation moving, and my mind starts to wander. Man. Poor Olivia. Who knows when a replacement chair is coming in? Could be anywhere from a few days to weeks. She's just going to be stuck home for that whole time. While I still need to go to school. It won't be the same. We won't be together in the art room after school. All alone. Just talking, making fun of my bad paintings. Just us. And wait till Iadakin finds out what... Damn it. Well, I guess he knows by now, then. Man, it really won't be the same. Yo, Inko, you good? You seem pretty down all of a sudden. I'll be fine. I appreciate you guys, really. It's been the best school year of my life so far. So, thanks for being my friends. Hey, you're cool too! What brought this on? Damien... Oh. Last school year's been pretty special. Hanging out with you guys, so much has changed in such a short amount of time. Even if things are shaky right now. It's really been worth it. I have hopes for what comes next. Me too, Liz. Silence falls over the car as Liz takes off. Damien's hand is only occasionally swatted away from the radio knob as we all sit in companionable silence. It's nice taking a different scenic route to school. At school, the atmosphere is undeniably different. It's as talkative and rowdy as ever, but there's less of it. I don't know, maybe it's just my mind playing with me? There's less color as well, like it's being drained just a bit. The layer of snow blanketing everything outside is partially to blame. Man, I was looking forward to making a snowman this year. Maybe I'll be feeling it later. Solly was as stern as ever in his class. Whether it's just that he doesn't care or his own form of respect is beyond me, but his hat was on just a little tighter than normal today. Man, too many feelings today. Moping isn't going to get me anywhere. I'm halfway to second period when the question of Iadakin's replacement strikes me. Will we just be getting a few days off? There's no way they can just find a new teacher on such a short notice. Class is probably going to be on hold for a while. His name is still on the door plate when I enter. Inside, many of the students chatter with each other normally. Some nervously glance up to the teacher's desk. I take my normal seat by the vacant desk Olivia would normally be stationed. Period's gonna suck without her. Looks like all I got to look forward to today is lunch with Damien and Liz. Man, the whole day is just gonna drag on. I want to get back to Olivia. The bell rings, and an unfamiliar woman in a suit walks in, clipboard in hand. She nods at us all, and starts reading mechanically from some script. The substitute tries her best, but there's only so much you can get done on your first day on such short notice, and with some papers to read out. Her tone doesn't help, drawn out, empty. I feel like I feel myself losing focus. I look down at my half-taken notes. Shoot, Olivia would probably kill me if she knew. The substitute looks at the class phone in frustration as she walks over to answer its call. They both mumble back and forth for a few seconds before... We got an Inker Cog Cheeto in this class? The substitute thumbs towards the door. Office called. You're wanted. Weird. What the office want with me? My footsteps echo on the hard, cool tile on the way to the principal's office. I heard once that they made the halls of the faculty office longer on purpose to scare you. Although that may just be from an old comic strip. The effect was there, however, as each of my reverberating steps sent a spike of unease through my core. When I finally stood before the principal's office, the feeling of unease peaked. Oh, fuck! Great. No, fantastic. Queen bitch is here. Wonderful! Slowly, I opened the door and inched myself inside. The principal was sitting behind her disorganized desk, blanketed with numerous sheets. And between me and her, Mia and Ben, looking back at me from their own chairs. You wanted to see me, Principal Scaler? Yes, Mr. Nito, there were some matters we need to discuss. She motions to the third chair in front of her. I take a seat as instructed next to Ben, who's more or less acting as a personal barrier between me and Mia. Mr. McKnight has informed me that there was an incident between you and Miss Moretti earlier this month. One in which school property was severely damaged. Yeah, it was near the start of the month, so why now? I look at Ben and Mia. I'm sorry, there were more pertinent issues at the time, and go. I had to keep pushing this back to handle things like the audit paperwork, and an excessively heavy breath leaves Mrs. Scaler's mouth, or Miss Scaler's mouth. You should have given me the reports as soon as it happened. Miss Scaler looks at Ben as he frowns. This needs to be resolved by the end of the day, Benjamin. Her tired eyes turn my way. Please, so that we can finish this as soon as possible. While she spoke, my focus was on Mia, and that smile that crept across her face. From what Miss Moretti has told me, it was you who instigated in the first place. Care to explain? What? Principal Scaler, Mia was the one who... We are aware that she caused the damage, Mr. Nito. Oh. The older woman leans forward with pen and paper in hand. What we need to know is how this incident happened in the first place. I think we should hear Mia's side of the story for... Oh, you son of a... Since she was the one who inadvertently caused the damage, after all. The red-scaled girl nods, holding her hands out as she begins. Miss Scaler, I was just trying to talk to Olivia that day, when out of nowhere, Inco shows up and starts getting on my case. I was trying to tell him that me and Olivia were just working on a project when, BAM! He just whips out his camera and blinds me with it. What? Didn't she slap herself in the face with that tail-mounted glitter bomb? And because I couldn't see, I kept running into things, even knocking things over. And I didn't even mean to do that, Miss Scaler. I know I have a temper, and trust me, Ben's been helping me work on it. But you can't blame me for going around like a headless chicken. She can't be serious. I look to the principal and see that she's listening to her lie through her teeth. That she's just listening to her lie through her teeth. And this ain't even the first time he's done it. I tried talking to Olivia back in September, and he pulled her away. I swear, he's been out for me ever since the first day of school. Principal Scaler, that shh! My jaw slams shut bitterly as the principal denies me the chance to defend myself. Her eyes turn downward to a particular stack of papers atop her desk, carefully scanning one page and flipping to the next. The silence of the room is unnerving as she flips through page after page, finally breaking the quiet by clearing her throat. Now, Mr. Nito, can you give me your side of the story? Taking a deep breath, I reiterate what Olivia and I had told our former art teacher, back when he had saved us from the blonde bitch currently glaring daggers at me. From the moment Mia took Olivia away, to finding them in the classroom, to when she slapped herself in the face with the glitter-covered poster. However, I decided to stretch the truth about why Mia was in the classroom with Olivia, only to mention that she was harassing her. Last thing Olivia needs is to be interviewed about her own involvement in all of this. I did my best to remain collected, but recalling everything that happened reminds me of how Mr. Iadakin had always tried to look out for us. My throat dried out as I continued on, in spite of my faltering voice. By the time I had finally gotten to the end, I sounded more like a squeaking hinge than a person. Mr. Nito. Principal Scaler's voice brought me back from my memories and into the room. Mia was sneering at me. Ben's brows were knitted together in worry, and the principal... Thank you, that's all I needed to hear. She moves around from her desk, the sheet of paper she had been looking over in her hands once more. The principal stands directly in front of us now, with an unreadable expression. In addition to the report itself, our Iadakin left behind his account of what had happened. In it, he describes Mia's actions as openly hostile and intentional. Actions that were only interrupted once he used... Scaler sighs in astonishment. Once he used the estrus taser. However, it seems Iadakin left some things out of his report. There's no motive for anything that happened, no matter who was at fault. I'm not sure why he'd leave something like that out, but as it stands, there are far too many unknowns here for my liking. Now, I would like to give the benefit of the doubt, especially at a time like this, but given the extent of the destruction and the previous... She's struggling, ma'am. Besides, making a big deal of this during an audit isn't going to look good for the school. I'm finding it harder to believe your intentions here are completely professional, Mr. McKnight. He freezes like a deer in headlights. Scalar grumbles to herself, placing a hand on her head while we all await the verdict. I feel bad for her. Between the mountains of paperwork and the half-dozen mugs on her desk, it's easy to tell she's overworked. It would bring me no greater relief than to have you expelled and out of my hands. Unfortunately, I do not have the time or the energy to deal with this. Mia, you're suspended for 3 days and I'm marking your record again. Now, if you three don't mind, leave my office and leave me be. She doesn't even look up at any of us. I turn towards Ben, who's both scared and relieved, and Mia, who's positively overjoyed. She practically skips out of the office without another word, leaving both Ben and I to stare blankly at each for a few seconds. Another glare from Scalar sends us both out of the room on instinct. Seriously? That's it? It hits me all at once. She just gets to walk away? After everything she did to Olivia, she gets the equivalent of a slap on the wrist? I watch as Mia happily strolls down the hall a good distance ahead. That... Eiko, you okay? Am I okay? Ben, what the hell are you thinking? On top of everything else, between our teacher dying and what Olivia's going through, could this not have fucking waited? No, Olivia, is she alright? She crashed her wheelchair, she's stuck at home. She can barely leave her room, let alone the house, and you're over here playing games with interpersonal drama like a school child. Eiko, I'm sorry, are you? Because here you are, dragging me halfway across the school so that crazy bitch can use me as a scapegoat when I just want to go home. And you're helping her by being her lawyer. Holy shit, dude, I used to have respect for you. Look, it's not like that. Then how is it? It's hard to explain. You know what? I'm already drunk. I don't have the energy to spend on this. Eiko, nobody's in trouble. It's fine. My withering glare does its job as Ben reluctantly backs down. Look, man, it's just for the best. For you, for Olivia, for the school. I can't believe this. Now I know why Olivia hates you. I feel a cruel satisfaction as my words lash Ben, his face growing more distraught. Get your shit together, man. I turn to leave to get away from everything. Eiko, please, you don't understand. Yeah, I really don't. Just listen to me, okay? No. Damn! With nothing else left to say, I leave without bothering to look back. By now it's about lunchtime, meaning I can hang out with Damien and Liz. Definitely needed that after all this. After school, I took the metro back home to shower and put on some new clothes. As it turns out, my parents really were on a business trip for the weekend, as indicated by a sticky note on the fridge. Randy opens the door to let me in. There you are. Damien mentioned you'd be coming over later. Hey, Randy. Say, Eiko, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind shoveling off the snow of the driveway when you can. Would really appreciate it. I'll even pay you a couple bucks for it. No need for payment, sir. Thanks for letting me come unannounced again. Thanks a bunch, really. As Randy leaves, I collapse onto the couch and let my head rest against the comforter. God, that whole thing with Ben and Mia really took a lot out of me. The weight of my heavy thoughts drags my head sideways. I can see Olivia's bedroom door. My eyes linger there as I consider getting up to see her, or just giving her some time to come out. She has to know I'm here now, right? She probably does. She probably doesn't want to do her silly knee walk thing again. I wonder how mad she'd be if I caught it on camera. Presence cuts off my view before sitting right next to me. Hey, you alright, Inky? We were kind of out of it at lunch. For a moment, I considered tailing Damien about what happened. But honestly, Last thing I want to do is to bring this sort of drama into what I consider my safe haven. Yeah, I'm alright, Damien. Just had a rough time at school, and I'm hoping to take my mind off of it. Ah, it's pretty understandable. I mean, what with everything that's been going on and all. If only you knew. In an attempt to comfort me, Damien pats my shoulder. Tell you what, I'll finish up my homework, then we can chill over a game of Rock Ring or something. Sound good? Yeah, it sounds good. Sweet. Alone again. My stomach's aflutter with butterflies as I get up from the couch. Olivia's room is just a couple steps away. And each one stirs the butterflies even more. Once I reach it, I feel like I'm in the shadow of a colossal monolith. Come on, Inko, you just gotta knock! Damn it, arm, just lift up! Stop shaking! I'm awake, Uncle Randy. It's me, Olivia. I hear quiet shuffling before Olivia speaks up more loudly this time. Inko? Yeah, are you okay? Decent? Damn you, brain! Can I come in? Yeah, just watch your step. Watch my step? My hand is still shaking as it makes contact with the knob. With a deep, calming breath, the butterflies finally start slowing down and I'm able to push the door open. And see blackness. Olivia? The room is extremely dark, the only source of light coming in from the entryway. I take my sunglasses off in an attempt to see through the darkness better. Olivia? What the heck happened in here? Why is it so dark? I make Olivia's shape in her bed. I make out Olivia's shape in her bed. No reason. Just been playing games all day in the dark. Thought it'd be fun. Well, I'm turning on the light. No, don't, you'll ruin it! The room flickers to life. Olivia's bed has been rearranged into a nest of blankets with her in the middle. She lies curled on her side with a multitude of old sketchbooks and loose papers piled around her. Quite the setup. Hi. Hey, well, that's cute. But how'd it get so dark? Olivia weakly shields herself from under her covers. Is this paint? Olivia, did you paint over your window? Yes, I did, and I'm proud of it. Why would you go and do that? The light coming in offended my blackened heart, and my window became a canvas into the new darkness in my life. I am now my own greatest work of art, a living piece of despair. Oh, Raptor Jesus. Olivia, you are not a living art exhibit. You got sad and painted your window black. It's a performance piece. I turn the light back off. Not happening. I go and sit by her on the bed. She leans up and a little and offers a spot closer to her. Hey, you okay? I don't know. I take the spot, feeling the bed sink beneath me. Ah! Olivia takes the blanket she's wrapped up in and bundles them up higher on herself. What's all this paper for? Nothing. All for nothing. Come on, you know what I mean. I pick up the torn cover of a notebook and see that it's dated for 3 years ago. Have you been looking through these all day? Her head bobs in a meek nod. There sure is a lot. There's not enough. I should have done more. Teeth clench when an involuntary hiccup escapes her. God, might as well just forget all of it. It's all useless. It crushes me to see her like this. But maybe getting her to talk about it will help her, just a bit. I'd like to hear more. Olivia sniffles a bit and reaches a hand, grasping the air towards one of the pages in front of her. I lean forward to bring it closer. There's a soft whistling sigh while her watery eyes scan over the page. Yeah, see this one? Her hand shakily pokes through her blanket cocoon, landing on a crumpled page of a highly detailed poem. Iodakin, he sketched that for me to show me how to draw hands. I see. It's definitely his work. It is, isn't it? I never would have gotten anywhere without him, you know. And now... I watch her bite back the urge to tear up. Hell, I probably wouldn't have stuck with art in general. I wanted him to be there when I made it. Made it? Yeah, made it. Across the finish line, you know? Oh, now he won't see me fail either. Her mocking laughter is hollow as tears bug her eyes. Come on, don't say that. What's this one? That one? That's from when I was struggling with form. Had to go back to fundamentals for a bit. Sounds tough. It was tedious, but he made it fun. How about... There's a spiral dated back to her freshman year in arm's reach. This one. Oh, that one's embarrassing. I was barely able to draw back then. I don't judge. You've seen my work. How could I? Olivia silently pages through the bound notebook, recalling a memory associated with every page. With each turn of the page, her voice grows hoarser. Her hands tremble and her breaths are shorter and harsher. And when she comes to a sterile white page, Olivia breaks. I draw her into a hug as she cries. The poor girl crumbles completely, all of her energy now going into her sorrowful wails. My own eyes sting. I have to be strong, for Olivia's sake. There's no word to her cries, only her regrets and anguish given voice in loud screams. Those don't last as her voice gives out, finally spent. She's now simply left, letting her tears flow and freely onto the blanket in my jacket. The notebook that she had held so all too tightly finally releases, her tense grip having broken the binding and letting the pages drift downward individually. I don't know what Olivia was trying to do, but once the last page had drifted back down to the bed, her full body weight was pressing against my chest. If it weren't for the wall behind me, I'd be on my back, held down by the tired girl. With my head practically atop hers, I feel the last remnants of her shuddering gasps. This didn't work. I'm such an idiot, why would it? She doesn't want to be thinking about Iadaka, moron. Okay, plan B. I clearly can't do this alone. Hey, let's go into the living room, alright? No. Come on, it's too dark in here. How long will you keep the window like that? Forever? Come on, that can't be healthy. You need sunlight. Olivia protests by digging into my shoulder with her muzzle. Guts need sunlight too. A long sigh. She knows I'm right. Promise to clean it up later? Okay. Thanks. Really, I think we should head into the living room. Will you come with me? No, I want to stay here. Please. Dang it. Okay. Can I at least pick out a movie or something from the living room? She nods her head in response. Right. Do you need anything else? There's some soda in the fridge. Bring some for both of us. Alright. I move my legs over the edge of the bed and hop off. Olivia gasps as the blanket comes with me. Oh my god! Her knees! Oh my god. You weren't supposed to see that. Olivia, are you alright? What happened? Olivia hides her tear-marked face with her hands in shame. I tried to walk. You what? Her hands drop along with her head. I don't know! With eyes drained of life, she stares at the mess of papers before her. Everything's gone. Nothing makes sense anymore. All I have is this hollow feeling. And I wasn't thinking at all, and... Olivia looks up at me, eyes pleading for something. I'd try for a miracle, okay? Do you blame me? I don't know what to say. Does it hurt? I'm fine. It just tingles. Maybe that means there's still some feeling below my knee. Isn't that good? No, it's not. We need a first aid kit or something. Ingo, it's not even that bad. What if it gets infected? I watch as Olivia gets ready to protest, but finally sighs in defeat. Fine, just get it over with. I'll go get Sophia. She probably knows how to... No! Why not? I don't want them to know, alright? Olivia, I'm not a doctor. I can't even remove a splinter without screwing everything up. Olivia casts her looks aside. And she is not intending to follow up on this at all. I'll be right back, okay? Olivia softly whines. With haste, I quietly leave the room to search for anything that might be able to help. After rummaging through the house's medicine cabinet and freezer, I managed to find an ice pack, a first aid kit, and Neolithin.
Neolithin? Jesus Christ.
Damien's not around, he's probably in his room still. Alright, this should hopefully be enough. I return to find Olivia exactly where I left her. The first aid kit is placed on the bed next to her. Olivia averts her gaze from me while I tend to her wound. Grabbing the Neolithin, I squeeze a dollop of the medical cream on the injury and spread it evenly. Then I apply the ice pack to the wound and wrap the whole thing up with gauze, making sure not to make it too tight. Although my work is clumsy, it takes 3 or 4 tries and maybe 10 minutes to get it right. Alright, I think that should do it. Let me know if it gets too cold. I look up to see Olivia still looking away from me, giving her best pouty expression. I know you don't like being taken care of, but I don't want you to get hurt. Yeah, well, it's still weird. I place a gentle hand on the side of her snout, gently coaxing her to look back at me. Feeling better? She still tries to look annoyed, even as I use my thumb to caress her cheek. Eventually, the last of her defenses fall, and a faint, pained smile forms across her face as she nestles further into my hand. Yeah, a bit. Good. With that taken care of, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now to figure out the next issue. How to get her to the living room. She's definitely not going to do her silly knee walk, not with how her knee currently looks and like the world's largest grape. That only left one real option. Forgive me, legs, for what you are about to go through. With the utmost care, I slowly stride into the living room with Olivia in my arms. I can feel her claws dig into the back of my jacket and her tail bumping against my leg. Getting through her door was a struggle, but Olivia coaches me through it and even shuts the door with her tail. Damien's laying on the couch, engrossed in some game. He turns to see us at the sound of Olivia's door closing. Hey, there you guys are! Vinny waves from his recliner. Liv, Inky! He must have gotten home while I was bandaging Olivia's leg. Hey guys. Why are you carrying her like that? My wheelchair's busted, remember? I know, but you always scoot around on your knees. For a moment, Olivia and I lock eyes, not knowing how to answer. Inky's just helping Liv is all. Oh, thank goodness he's caught on. Ah, because they're practicing, right? Something like that. Damien moves his legs to make room for Olivia. Well, have a seat. So, what's up? I set her down on the couch. Just wanted to be out here for a while. Get some extra company. For sure, for sure. I'm just wiping the floor with Vinny and War Club 40M here. He's not! Might switch over to something else before this if this bore fest doesn't end. You want to give it a shot? The comment is directed at Olivia. It ricochets to me when he doesn't get a response. I don't play games much, but sure. Come on, Olivia. I'll need a mentor. I look to Olivia, who merely nods at the Damien mini-me. Yep, War Club 40M! Don't say Warhammer! You'll incite Games Workshop! Awesome! I'll grab the other controllers. Vinny uses the footrest of the recliner as a springboard to the plastic bin of controllers. With the young boy busy, Olivia takes the opportunity to readjust herself, sliding herself closer until she's hip to hip with me. Here you go. Vinny offers 2 translucent controllers. While I'll take one, Olivia holds up her hand. I'll sit this one out for now, little man. Oh, okay. Controller in hand, I give the brother a thumbs up. Yup. All eyes on the screen now. We start. I have no clue what is happening. There's so much happening on screen, I can't even tell which section of the screen I'm in. All I can tell is there's a lot of green things coming, screaming in Cockney, and a lot of viscera. I think this is appropriate for Vinny, but then again, he's really getting into it. Darn those dirty greenskins! Don't worry, brother. They'll be cleansed with holy fire! In the corner of my eye, Olivia is leaning toward. She's slowly becoming engrossed in the mayhem on display, and her tail thumps them with the massive stomp of our in-game avatars delivered to the green shouty things. They're fighting the boys! Focus back on the screen. The fiery projectile effects and heavy blams continue. I don't know how long it went, but just that by the end of the stage or whatever, there were cramps in my hand in spots I never knew could cramp. Some animation plays out on the screen, giving us a reprieve to set the controller down on my lap. So how'd I do? See the rank on the screen by your guy there? No, there's only one next to yours and Vinny's. Well, there you go. Oh. You suck pretty bad. Give me mine. I pick up her controller on the floor and she takes it. With some practiced motions, she enters the match. Alright, I'll show you how to really play this game. Remember, you almost picked a fight with that child over movies. Vinny is like 8 and has no actual frame of reference. He only watches Mr. Beast in YouTube. He only watches like Mr. Beast. At some point, he needs to be properly educated. Now with Olivia in our squad, she manages to pick up my slack. Watching Olivia play with her tutorship, I start to get the hang of things. For a moment, I look away from the virtual bloodshed and see that Olivia's enjoying herself. Surrounded by her folks, playing this silly game for a few hours, just for a while, she's feeling a little better. A few games later, there's a knock at the door. Vinny jumps up to get it. Hi, Dad! The figure stumbles through the blizzard and removes his heavy jacket. Jeez, this weather. Hey, all. Inko! Didn't expect you to still be here. Good evening, Randy. Randy tosses a bag of salt that's on his shoulder on the living room floor with a loud thud. Playing games together, I see. Hope that means you all got your homework all squared away. Yeah, it's taken care of. Vinny threw his in the garbage disposal, though. I didn't! See, he's denying it. Ah, hey, War Club, huh? Really gotten some more use out of that game than me by now. Nah, your record's still there. Want to join us? Randy sucks in the air through his teeth. Tempting, very tempting. But it's my turn to figure out dinner tonight. Ah, come on, Pops, you barely get time to relax like this. I know, but the rules are rules. Plus, I'd hate to have your mom cook after enduring all that cold. Poor thing is more frozen than an ice cube. Something warm does sound good right about now. Oh, I just remembered. Hold on, I think I got something. Aha! I held out the coupon I was compensated with from the art contest. 2 large, 2 topping pizzas for $13. I'm unsure if Damien or Vinny's faces light up more at the mention of pizza, but Randy outshines them both by the insane price drop. Even Olivia's heartbeat slightly intensifies. Holy moly, that real? I pass it over to him. I've been saving it for a while. Seems like a pretty good time. Gamer. Chant. Gamer dead! Gamer dead! Gamer dead! Yes! Well, alright, let's make it a pizza party then! Randy takes a moment to dial the number and make the order. I check in on Olivia, who looks just as ecstatic as the Payne brothers. It's just pizza, no need to hyperventilate. I so need this right now. It'll be about a half hour. What's your favorite? Anchovies. Really? Yeah, they don't sell them much these days, though. It's something to keep in mind. Randy finishes his call and gives a celebratory fist pump. You're a lifesaver, Inko! I was planning on getting together some sashimi or something. Sophia said she wanted to finally try my specialty. Whew! We got 2 large meat lovers coming in. This place is pretty fancy. They got all the stuff you like, Olivia. So I asked for an extra pie, piled high with as much as they can put on it. Olivia's face beams with joy, the end of her tail wagging like an excited puppy's. Yes! Dilation! She is ecstatic! Alright, the king is in the house! Someone give me a turn! I forfeit my controller to the patriarch. He gracefully takes it and shoos Vinny off of the seat. Because Damien is based. Vinny... He's not there yet, but he's getting there. Randy's based, Sophia's based, Olivia's based. All of them are based. The little one repositions himself on the carpet. As I watch the family play together, I feel a pang of jealousy. Especially as Randy and the brothers banter with one another, really getting into their on-screen characters. While Olivia remains silent, I see a smile tugging at her lips as her fingers hammer away on the controller's buttons. I try to picture my own family in their places, but the image is so surreal that it should be displayed as a piece of modern art. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Vinny is young. He can be molded. Taught the ways. Shaking off those thoughts, I return my focus to the television and the hyperviolence on display. Still no clue what's happening on screen. I want to ask Randy what War Club is about, especially with all the funny accents being thrown around. Maybe Olivia can fill me in later. Yes, Inko. Join us. You will learn that the Imperium of Reptiles is the true master of the galaxy. As far as I can tell, it's just dudes in the silliest looking armor fighting really ugly aliens. That just happened to have British accents. Randy, I thought you'd be helping prep those fish I bought by now. Change of plans! Inko threw us an offer I couldn't refuse. It's a pizza party now. The Dino Patriarch looks at his watch as if summoned by the simple gestures of a series of knocks sound off at the front door. That would be our dinner. Randy heads to the door with a hand already reaching for his wallet. Pizza party? Christmas isn't until next month. Isn't it a little early to start with this sort of thing? Haha, of course not. There's always time for a little fun. It's Friday night. It is Friday night. Randy returns with the boxes stacked on his arms. Let's dance. He sets the boxes on the kitchen table and hands his wife the used coupon. Wow, alright then. See? Okay, everyone, get a plate and get some. Feel free to make a mess if you want cleanup duty. Oh my god. Oh, this family is adorable. Damien and Vinny leap from their positions and have their plates in a blink of an eye. The air is filled with the delicious scent of sauce and cheese as Randy opens up all the boxes. Damien and Vinny immediately dive for the meat lovers pizza like ravenous sharks. Damien Pog! Damien Pog! The pepperoni and sausage pizza on the table looks appealing, but Randy passes his a plate with a slice of anchovy pizza towards Olivia. Thanks, Uncle Randy. Dang, the anchovy one actually looks pretty good. You know, I've never actually had anchovies on pizza. Or anchovies in general. I don't know if it's any good. I don't want to get up and get my own plate, though. Say, Olivia, could I try one of... Snap! Mine! I count the fingers on my hand to make sure they're still intact. Ah, come on. I just want to see what it's like. Ah, little glower. Good luck with that, Inko! I consider what I could do to get Olivia to share. And I recall something so long ago that it feels like a lifetime ago. I slowly reach for Olivia again. She bares her teeth at me, but instead of going towards the box, my hand lays on her tail, and slowly pets the muscular appendage. The tip of her tail starts to wag happily, and the Gator girl's anger melts away, only to flare up when she pulls her tail away from me. Oi! Her face is red with embarrassment. Have a bite now? No. Her mouth snaps shut at my hand, as my hand reaches for her tail again. Inko! I give the appendage a gentle scritch this time, only and it's once again pulled away. How about, okay, I get it. She pouts but holds a slice out for me to bite. The pizza's absolutely smothered beneath pepperoni and anchovies. But only one bite. With how greasy it looks, I don't think I could survive a second. Oh! Oh no, that's how you know the pizza's good. Oh. Like when you order from a local place, and the pizza is just, like, you pull a slice out of the box, and it's basically dripping with grease. Oh, that's how you know it's a good pizza. You bite into one slice and you can feel your arteries hardening immediately. Mwah! Bellissimo. Still, I bring the plate close and slide the pizza to the edge, taking a sampling bite from it. Good, right? Absolutely. I feel the need to ravenously devour the single slice now, but instead choose to savor the flavor with minuscule bites. Yeah, holy crap, this is good. It is, but that's the only bite you're getting. You sure? I wiggle my fingers at her, and she promptly swats my hand. No! I mean, yes. She tries to hold a glare, but I can see her lips quivering with mirth. I hand her back the plate, and she resumes consuming her extra fishy slice. Damien hands me another plate, this time with a slice covered in various meats. And, well, that one was still delicious. The indirect kiss-flavored anchovy pizza was still the best I'd ever tried. Of all time. The festivities continued until even after the pizzas were finished. I never have pizza often, but whoever this Mo fella is hands down makes the best in town. Instead, Damien and Vinny decide to break out a plethora of different party games for us to play. No one bothered to keep track of time. We were all too enraptured by the pixelated entertainment before us, which is how I missed my last chance home. Mrs. Payne didn't look too upset, though. In fact, I think they expected me to spend the night again, especially with how Randy had been so quick to pull out some blankets and pillows for me. Excuse me. Both of the parents insisted I stay, and it's not like I could realistically walk home. So, once again, I'm staying over and currently sat at the foot of the couch with Olivia. We're both bundled up to stave off the chilly winter night. The soft growling purr that Olivia makes when she's content has become almost therapeutic to me. So, how are you feeling? Better. Thank you. For dragging me out here. I didn't know how much I'd need it. I'm glad. Her palms wrap around my left hand, and she gives me a gentle smile. Followed by a colossal yawn. You ready to hit the hay? She shakes her head. I don't want to go back into my room. I want to stay out here with you. Randy would probably kill me. I'll bite him back. Come on, I'll see you in the morning. Olivia yawns again, driving her to accept her need for sleep. After carrying Olivia to her room, I sleep on the couch once more. We all process grief differently, and Olivia was very attached to Iadakan. Losing him was not easy for her. It isn't easy for her. And what's more is that I'm sure that by the time she has a new chair, Queen Bitch will be back. And as I lay on the couch, parsing through the past few days, the thoughts warp into a dream. One in which Olivia and I stand before that park fountain, making a happy wish for the future. Mornings in the Payne residence were lively, to say the least. Or maybe it's because it's a Saturday. That is to say, my weekend sleep schedule was cut far shorter than I would have liked. Oh yeah, no, I'm pissed at Ben too. Mostly by Damien's little brother landing feet first on my chest and knocking the air out of my lungs. Inky! Ugh! It's the second time in a row. I sputter and sit up in an attempt to get back some precious oxygen. Vinny immediately sat on the pillow I had used. Morning, Vinny. A check on my phone says that it's 7:30. 4 hours too early. The TV flickers to life and starts flicking through the channels at high speed, at a speed only he can comprehend. Morning, Nico. Sorry about the wake-up call. It's Vinny's favorite season. Winter? Hockey. Vinny cheers loudly as I look to the screen and see a player being brutally slammed in the protective glass of the ice rink. Knife-footed ice goblin season! Yes! Ah. Is Olivia up yet? Damien shrugs. Probably not. You guys were up pretty late last night. Plus, it's the weekend. Best to let her just sleep off the food coma. She'll come out of her room eventually. Fair enough. As much as I would enjoy sleeping in as well, Damien and Vinny have taken occupancy over my pseudo-bed. There is a recliner just next to us, but I'm not going to defile what must be Randy's throne. May as well stay up then, I guess. Mind if I get a bowl of cereal? Help yourself, amigo! At least I can check on any updates with my blogs. I head into the kitchen and make myself a bowl, being sure to add some sugar and honey from the condiment cupboard this time. Taking a seat at the table, I begin scrolling through my phone's feed while shoveling cereal into my mouth. I'm barely a minute in before I realize that I'm not even reading anything on my phone screen. There are words, but they aren't saying anything. Just paragraphs of probably fake personal events and vague calls to action. Have they always been this vapid? I decide to finish my breakfast without any literary TV static distracting me. Afterwards, I rejoin Damien and Vinny in the living room, both of whom are absolutely enthralled by the hockey game playing on the TV. With every hit of the puck or rogue shoulder check, the brothers explode with either excitement or devastation. The two also take turns assaulting me with more hockey trivia than I'll ever be able to use, particularly about Vinny's favorite goalie. And then he got into a fight with the entire hockey team and was transferred to this one! He's great! He's not that great. You just like him because he gets in the most fights. Yo, if the goalie is throwing hands with the entire opposing team, that goalie is the GOAT. That goalie has some issues that he is working through, and the enemy team is his therapist. God damn! Yes! You sure like this sport. Heck yeah, the games are just my kind of thing. That guy is right up now. That's up right now is also cool. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, that's a load of bull! Why didn't McDonald get the penalty? This guy sucks! Vinny, language. Sorry. Vinny, tell him about your collection. Oh, I got all the bobbleheads for this team. Let me go show you. Does he actually like the sport or just the constant brawling? Is there really much of a difference? Yeah. Jokes aside, he actually likes it despite the ice. We used to play some street hockey sometimes once it warms up. We should play some street hockey sometime when it warms up. You up? Not if it's always this chaotic. Relax, there's protective gear you can use. That's not the point. Here they are. The young boy dumps an armful of beaten up plastic figures into my lap. Oh wow, that's a lot. Vinny grins as he takes out each wobbly-headed figure and gives me a brief explanation of who they are. Exactly. This bruiser here, he's known for his mean right hook. And with descriptions like that, I am absolutely sure I'd rather sit out any game involving Vinny. Soon enough, I feel a distinct vibration in my pocket. Pulling up my phone again, I check my notifications to see a text message from Olivia. Ding ding, room service, come drag me out of my bed. Figured she'd need help. After all, there's no way she's dragging herself with that knee. I excuse myself from the living room and head towards Olivia's room, with Damien giving me an approving nod. I make sure to knock twice before letting myself in. Morning, sleepyhead. Morning, stupid head. With Olivia's wounded knee, carrying her is even more difficult than before. Hate to admit it, but I almost dropped her twice on the way. Thank Raptor Jesus for Coach Sully's training. But at last, we're here. Welcome back to the land of the living! Morning, Olivia! Olivia's eyes still closed, mumbled out what sounds like a good morning as I set her down on the couch. How are you feeling? Alright, I guess. Still a bit groggy. About, I pat my knee, which Olivia seems to pick up on. Oh, right. Feels a bit better. Tingly feeling's all gone, but it still looks swollen. We might need to redress it. Hopefully it should be more manageable by Monday. By the way, what'd you do with the ice pack? Oh, Guts is using it as a waterbed. Sure hope it doesn't pop. Stagnant ice pack water does not. Sounds terrible to be in. Damien and Vinny start shouting in victory as the home team gets the final score. What a slap shot! Heard the excitement in the room. Watching hockey again? Sophia settles herself onto the recliner, opening her laptop. Oh, the school's weekly newsletter just came in. Turn down the volume, Damien. Sure thing. Alright, first it says there's a basketball game this Friday against the Tail Spikes. In preparation for the finals, tutoring will be open after school for everyone who needs it. Damien. I got it covered, Mom. Liz is helping me out. I hope so. Senioritis will not be tolerated here. Oh, this is interesting. To all our students, you are invited to in St. Hammond's High School's 201M 2023 BC Winter Formal. Winter Formal? Damien yawns and stretches his arms behind his back. Yeah, some event for seniors they got every year. Basically a dance, but more fancy. It's like the biggest event of the year. Next to graduation or prom or whatever. I don't think any of my previous schools ever did something like this. Just regular dances. Immerse yourself in the serene beauty of the wintry night sky with music, food, entertainment, and much more. We will also be hosting a special memorial for one of St. Hammond's finest teachers who recently passed, Mr. Trent Iadakin. Shoot, that's going to be tough to see. The event will take place at the Volcadera Convention Center on Friday, December 15th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Tickets for the Winter Formal are on sale now online or in Miss Prockling's class in room 211. $15 for one and $30 for couples. Alright, take care of that. Please read our event dress code to know what will and will not be allowed for the formal. Have a great weekend. Go Feathertails. Oh, seems like you three have something to look forward to next month. Mrs. Payne closes her laptop with a smile and sets it aside. Mom, it's about that time. She gasps and checks the clock on the wall. I nearly forgot! Vinny, get your kimono on. I'll start the car. It's called a gi, Mom. I'll probably be running some errands while he's at karate practice, so I'll be out until dinner. I'm sure Vinny didn't mean to karate chop my throat as he got up. He's just eager to get to class. The back rub from Olivia helps clear my airway quicker, at least. Well then, Damien switches on some game and slumps into his familiar position in the recliner in mere seconds. Well, yeah, what else are you supposed to do with a hyperactive kid? You enroll him in self-defense classes. I can't even keep track of the blur of colors on screen. I feel like it's going to give me a seizure if I look too hard. So are you two going together and smooching, right? A powerful crushing force attempts to pulverize my fingers into mulch. Oh my god, Damien, you can't just start a conversation like that. Olivia's hand relents and leaves my palm feeling tender. Relax, I'm joking. Sorta. Your arm's around her shoulder and all. When did that get there? I gotta remove it, but Olivia holds on tight. Well, yeah, you plan on going to the winter formal with Liz? Hell yeah, why wouldn't I? That's a fast answer. He shrugs. The formal, I don't... Well, I mean, I'm stuck at home, you know? Crap, yeah. You know when you'll get a replacement chair? Could be a week, could be longer. The mail system around here is annoying. Jeez. Hey, I'll come visit every day after school. Aw, thanks. Still, that's at least a week of her not stepping foot outside. Damien was only half joking about us going to the winter formal, and that's definitely a good idea. But first... Hey, Olivia? When you get your wheelchair back, you can go anywhere. Where do you want to go? Anywhere. Wait, so you're asking me out? She falls eerily silent as she turns her head towards me, eyes wide open. Yeah, I'm asking you out on a date. I'll take you wherever you like. Olivia's mouth opens and closes while she looks at me in astonishment. Olivia, are you okay? I find myself trying not to laugh. Olivia threw herself into me in the strongest hug I ever felt. Her arms and tail wrapped around me, pressing tightly against her as she laughs at that cute gremlin giggle of hers. And while that giggling is infectious, my face is pressed against Olivia's ample bosom. Come on, you guys, get a room. No, too happy. Getting a little hard to breathe now. Gosh, this is the first time this is going to happen in forever. I can't move my arms. Can't even move my arms. Olivia's caught them against my own sides. Wait, she's shifting. We're on our sides now. I can finally pull my head up enough to take in some air. So, whoa! Oh, sweet death roll! And so that's what's happening. I feel myself flipped over Olivia for a split second, and then I'm back being beneath her. And then back again, with just enough time to breathe. Olivia, we haven't decided where to go! I feel like I'm on some kind of personal carnival ride being spun around across the living room in Olivia's arms. It's fun, but very, very dizzying. When the Gator finally tires herself out, I find myself laid atop her. And while I should feel embarrassed about her compromising position, I'm grinning ear to ear, looking down at my equally happy and lightheaded girlfriend beneath me. I need to be able to just see these images, please! Let me hide the text box! This is adorable! You good, Inko? Pretty wild response. You just asked where a date would be. Doesn't matter. Her voice shrinks, enough so that even as close as I am, I can barely make it out. I was hoping for so long. Seeing that gentle smile of hers sets my heart aflutter. So, where did you want to go? You decide. I got nothing. Me? Somewhere I could take Olivia to show her a really good time. How about a picnic? See if it warms up a bit and check out some of the more scenic places around. Well, Gator is beautiful, and I want to explore it a bit. So do I. For a brief moment, the connection between Olivia and I feels stronger than ever as we stare into each other's eyes until she goes right back into keeping me in her warm, scaly embrace. Sure, it was in the right of the living room floor with Damien still present, but none of that matters to me. The rest of our day was spent in the living room, playing more games on that old TV. Hours flew by, and Olivia kept switching up games. I think she was trying to find something that I would particularly enjoy, or at least be good at. Shame, then, that it seemed I was born lacking any gaming talents whatsoever. We still had fun, at least. When the sun began to set, though, I decided I should head home. I needed a shower and a change of clothes, and both Damien's parents were still out. It felt bad when I left Damien's place that night. Or rather, it felt bad looking at Olivia as I walked away from his house. It only grew worse as I went from the metro to my quiet neighborhood and ultimately our empty home. Seeing the small pile of letters at the front door made me realize what that feeling was. Loneliness. Maybe I should have just waited to ask the Paynes if I could spend the weekend. If I did that, I'd probably be overstaying. Would I be overstaying my welcome? I don't want to abuse their hospitality, after all. Ping. Withdrawing my phone from my pocket, I see that Olivia has sent me a new doodle. Coming tomorrow? Well, I can handle a little loneliness for now. Sure. Kicking my door closed, I head for my computer so I can continue talking to her online. I lose track of how much time we spend instant messaging and sharing videos, but by the time I check my computer's clock, I realize it's past midnight. I didn't even go through my typical routine of checking for updates to my forums and blogs. Shoot, I am going to be exhausted tomorrow. Totally worth it. God, how many save points did I make today? We started here. Jesus Christ, 2 full pages. All right, well, I think now's as good a time as any to stop for today. So, thank you all very much for watching. We'll be back, what's today? Wednesday? We'll be back Friday with more Wani, but until then, remember, you can't get good if you're busy being mad. Stay awesome, stay safe, and thank you very much for visiting the basement. Have a wonderful night.